blush. I blush. Thank you so much. You're so kind to me.
Soon, with the flip of a switch, New York's camera army is going to start taxing us all. But what most people don't know is the city has a secret plan to install 1,300 more of them just to make sure no one escapes.
The New York City Department of Transportation wants to increase the number of red light cameras across the city by a lot.
I know there are some people who say, oh, this is just a revenue raise. It's not about revenue. It's about keeping people alive.
But some research shows that they may lead to more crashes overall, because drivers who slam on the brakes to avoid running lights may be getting into more rear-end collisions.
You might not like what I'm saying, but it's a fact.
The first of 4 meetings is one of the last steps before the MTA turns on its toll readers that they say are ready to go live in June. The MTA hopes to raise billions for transit projects like new subway cars and more accessible stations.
My patients get daily radiation and are often too sick to use public transportation.
Last I checked, you can't deliver freight via subway.
Get ready for more surveillance because cameras are coming. Yes, mass surveillance is upon us, and the city has a secret plan to add to it and expand it beyond what we thought was going to happen just a few months ago. But while proponents say the plan to add traffic cameras is to protect us, critics say it's just another money grab by the city, making it a tax on the everyday working man. But what nobody's talking about is how the city is quietly releasing more of their plans for congestion pricing. And as the deadline approaches to start rolling out these cameras to the entire city, we're quickly learning just how horrible and expensive they're actually going to be, and it's going to impact everybody, even if you don't have a car. And all of these cameras and surveillance programs are raising uncomfortable questions in the minds of New Yorkers. Like, are these actually going to be as great a program as our elected officials are telling us? Or is there a chance they could be used nefariously by the city? And perhaps most concerningly, will other American cities copy New York once they learn how much money this place is making off its residents? Well, to answer that, we're first going to have to look at what city officials are saying about their exciting new plans to add as many red light cameras to intersections like this as possible.
New York City Department of Transportation wants to increase the number of red light cameras across the city by a lot.
Yeah, currently, those red light cameras are installed at 150 intersections, giving out nearly 2,000 tickets per day.
So here we have our first new type of controversial camera that the city greatly wants to expand. Now, mind you, red light cameras in the city started as a pilot program affecting only a small number of intersections, and now they want them everywhere. On top of that, these stoplight cameras are controversial in different ways than the automatic tolling traffic cameras, which we'll get into. But once you understand that the local government here not only controls the timing of the traffic lights, how long the light stays yellow before it turns red, and that they get all the money from these red light cameras, a very frightening picture starts to emerge. Plus, nobody's talking about how they may not actually make streets safer, but city officials really want more of these. They say that traffic fatalities are up, which is true, and there's a lot of pedestrians in New York who very well may benefit from less drivers running red lights.
There are about 14,000 signaled intersections, yet less than 1% have red light cameras. Officials are hoping, yes, to up that to roughly 1,325 or 10% of intersections.
Okay, so they want to expand the total number of cameras from 1% of intersections. And not only does the city greatly want to expand the number of cameras, habitual offenders will now have their registrations automatically voided, making their cars illegal.
When you look at all the data at the number of the reductions of the number of people who have been injured in red light intersections, it helps pedestrians, it helps cyclists. So this is not a bill meant to penalize drivers. This is a bill meant to protect everyone on our roads.
So the sales pitch is less fatalities, safer streets, less accidents. In fact, no politician has a negative thing to say about these. And critics say there are elements of red light camera programs that these guys are missing. And the first of those is that they don't affect traffic the exact same way their proponents think they do. And according to Scientific American, while drivers are 67% less likely to run a red light when there's a camera, they cite studies that conclude they are not effective at lowering overall traffic accidents. Which at first to me didn't make any sense. I mean, how could the streets not be safer if people no longer want to run red lights? Well, apparently this is because at a traffic light you've got three colors, green, yellow, red, and the yellow light is supposed to be a neutral light that tells you to stop if it is safe to do so, not something that warns you that you're about to get a ticket. And apparently a red light camera changes driver behavior so much so that other types of accidents become more common once you install them. And that's because when lights turn yellow, drivers are now more likely to jam on their brakes and try to stop to not get fined. And the study's authors say that this increases the chances of rear-end collisions, while at the same time decreasing T-bone type accidents where somebody runs a red light and hits a car moving through the intersection. Which means as one type of accident goes down, another type goes up. Meanwhile, the city is making money every single time somebody runs a red, which wasn't happening before they installed the cameras. This article cites a study showing that rear-end collisions increased 22% in the city of Chicago after red light cameras were rolled out everywhere. And that's because drivers are no longer making a safety-based judgment decision on how fast their vehicle's traveling and how much time they think they have to stop. No, they're now making a financial decision every time they come to a traffic light. Critics would argue that unsafe behavior at a traffic light is a financial decision. Now, Scientific American looks at the city of Houston, Texas, and they say that angle-based accidents like T-bones went up after the city removed red light cameras, but rear-end accidents went down by 18%, which could mean that red light cameras just redistribute the types of accidents that happen on the street. But the politicians, God bless them, they're insisting that this is not about money. But when a politician says something's not about money,
I know there are some people who say, oh, this is just a revenue raiser. Well, first of all, it's really not, because many people learn to not do what they're not supposed to do. So it's not about revenue, it's about keeping people alive.
Huh. So, according to the people who want this to go through, it's not about money. But a 2001 congressional report found out that the time for yellow lights has been sharply shortened since the 70s, and that inadequate yellow light times are the cause of 80% of red light related accidents. And that means there's a way to make the streets safer without red light cameras. What's also interesting is many cities that install red light cameras use a private company to operate them. In some cases, the red light camera revenue is shared with the company that operates the cameras. And some of these companies have stipulations that require the minimum or maximum rather length a yellow light can be yellow for, because they know that shorter yellow lights earn them more money. On top of that, the city's vendor for their red light cameras has already been spotted doing really shady stuff, overcharging the city for unnecessary work just to make an extra buck off taxpayers. And the general public has no way of knowing if something like that ever happens. But that raises a big question. Just how much money are these cameras anticipated to make?
Currently, those red light cameras are installed at 150 intersections, giving out nearly 2,000 tickets per day under the new proposal.
So currently, the 150 intersections that give out tickets do it about 2,000 times a day, negating the argument that as you put these into service, people will start to obey red lights further. But 2,000 traffic tickets a day over 150 cameras is about 13 each. But that means if the city goes from 150 to 1,300 cameras, the total number of tickets written per day will be 17,000. And if each of these earns $50 every time it happens, that's how much money the city is gonna make every single day. But it's not about money. It's not about money. No way. Don't even think about it. That's the yearly total if you're curious. And these numbers are based on the current timing of the city's yellow lights. Again, remember, if that time changes, the city could make varying amounts of money depending on how they work the traffic patterns. I'm not suggesting that's actually going to happen, but the opportunity for foul play and unaccountability is definitely there. And it's probably worth mentioning that as a pedestrian who's not driving, even if traffic accidents overall don't change, because they are no longer red light related accidents that could put pedestrians at risk, maybe that's an overall benefit to the program, is that accidents are now only driver related. Either way, critics are saying this is just another tax on the poor because the $50 fee is paid by everybody. $50 doesn't matter much to Elon Musk or Mark Zuckerberg, but it does matter significantly to people who work normal jobs and may make less than $50 an hour. But speaking of unaffordable, in just a few months, the city is going to flip the switch on its controversial congestion cameras. And critics say once they do that, all of us are going to end up paying for it, whether we have a car on the road or not.
Our next speaker.
This is a crime against a New Yorker.
A public hearing on the 20th floor of the MTA headquarters at 2 Broadway got so heated, this man was asked to leave.
Do the right thing.
The first of 4.
So the city is required to hold these comment sessions about these cameras and their their good plans for how they're going to help the city get a better subway. And the other reason they have these meetings is so that the lunatics who oppose a system of taxation that hits every single car on the road, no matter who owns it or how much money they make, can be exposed as the lunatics that they are. Oh my goodness, who could possibly be against such a system? But unfortunately, as we've learned and as the MTA's studies reveal, every positive of congestion pricing comes with an associated negative. For example, studies show that there might be less traffic here in Manhattan, but there might be more traffic in areas just outside of the congestion zone, not to mention places like the Bronx, Brooklyn, Staten Island. The same goes for pollution. You may have cleaner air in the zone that the tolls affect, but more pollution in areas of town that don't have the tolls. And on top of that, the daily rates charged by these cameras are going to disproportionately affect low-income New Yorkers.
In New York, congestion pricing is predicted to result in a 15% reduction in crashes. Cleaner air, consistent and dedicated funding for public transit.
Under the plan, passenger vehicles would face a once daily $15 toll for driving below 60th Street.
Okay, so $15 per cars, more for trucks, depending on how big the trucks may actually be. And this fee will affect all traffic south of 60th Street, which is going to be great for the richest neighborhoods of New York City and the city's richest, wealthiest residents. On top of that, the money earned from congestion pricing is going to a city agency that already gets $20 billion a year. Throw them a couple extra billion, sure, they'll know what to do with it and not waste it. And that's one thing that critics are pretty alarmed about. The subway and public transit that we have is already an embarrassment. It's already disgusting. It's already unsafe, and it's already unreliable. But that's not even the real problem with this plan, which could end up making all of us less safe.
The union representing firefighters is calling on the MTA to exempt their FDNY members from paying the $15 congestion pricing toll.
We have my jacket, and my jacket has my mask.
FDNY union reps also say their equipment is covered in dangerous chemicals they say is not safe to carry on public transit.
Okay, so I think this is where we need to draw the line. Forcing first responders to take the train with all their equipment? Do we really want to do that? Especially firefighters with all that heavy stuff? I couldn't carry that. Look at all these empty police cars and nobody driving them around. We've already got shortages of first responders. And the fact that the city's going to tell its own employees, who it already doesn't pay very well, to haul all their stuff on the train. And look, usually I'm not one for advocating that somebody gets better treatment by the government because they work for the government. That seems unfair. It is unfair. But if we're not going to pay our cops and our firefighters, and we've got shortages of them, and now we're just going to make their lives tougher, I don't know. And the other problem with these cameras is that if you don't have a car, your life could still get more expensive because your food doesn't get an exemption from the tolls either.
Adding a congestion fee to truck trips every time they enter the CBD will primarily hurt New York's small local trucking companies who cannot afford to absorb these costs. Last I checked, you can't deliver freight via subway.
Under the plan, passenger vehicles.
So trucks, they already pay a higher toll, and most distribution facilities aren't located inside the congestion zone. So it's not like there's a Whole Foods in Manhattan and then there's a distribution center nearby where the trucks kind of travel to and from. No, it all takes place outside of the city. And these stores are getting replenished multiple times a week, and critics say the truck drivers are just going to pass this cost along to the people who receive their goods, who are then going to pass it along to consumers, who end up paying more for things like vegetables and milk. And what that could mean is the big trucks and cars that cause congestion don't suffer at all from these tolls. And this whole thing literally could be a way to get money from residents who don't actually actually drive a car at all and don't actually think that the congestion pricing is their problem.
The MTA hopes to raise billions for transit projects like new subway cars and more accessible stations.
The funds from congestion pricing will pay for more accessibility for people with disabilities, people who are tired.
Now, of course, on the other side of this are the supposed promises of public transit improvements. Promises that, by the way, cannot happen under the $20 billion budget the MTA already has. And people who use public transit could greatly benefit from more accessibility, more elevators, more ramps. Right now, most of the subway terminals are stairs. You are walking, you are carrying heavy things, and that's why it kind of seems ridiculous that firefighters who have heavy gear that could potentially have carcinogens on it because they were in a fire, we're gonna have to lug that stuff up and down stairs. That just seems kind of crazy because the improvements aren't gonna happen the minute they turn on the cameras. It's gonna take time. But even so, there's other people who are never gonna be able to take the subway, and this is gonna really hurt them.
I am a radiation doctor. My patients get daily radiation and are often too sick to use public transportation. This congestion fee is essentially a cancer tax.
You can really hear it in that doctor's voice. She's caring for people who need all the physical strength they can get just to make it through these tough treatments. And the idea of someone who's suffering having to either endure more costs in addition to expensive medical treatment or to be forced to struggle with New York's unreliable public transit that's not going to change anytime soon, it just sounds awful. And that brings up a very uncomfortable question. Who are all of these cameras that are watching all of us and taxing all of us really benefiting? They benefit the city because of added revenue. They benefit the companies that operate these machines because they get some sort of fee. And the game plan for the subway is supposedly to have the MTA get this system up operational and then go take out loans, incurring more debt so that they can get a massive amount of money right now to start improving the subway, which is going to take a very long time and might actually put the MTA in a worse position later because they're going to have to service all of the extra debt, and the subway we already have is subpar with billions being spent just to maintain it and keep the few trains that we have running on a reasonable schedule so that the city just doesn't shut down. Personally, I don't care if we have a fancy new subway. I just want trains to show up quickly, on time, with no delays, no signal malfunctions, and I would like to see police in the train keeping people safe. That shouldn't cost billions of dollars, and it shouldn't require new taxes to accomplish something like that and get a basic bare-bones system like that. That's something that a lot of commuters would probably appreciate. But what do you think the city should do? Do you think these cameras are the answer? Do you agree with red light cameras? Do you agree with traffic cameras? Let me know. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
When you make as many videos as we do, you need a lot of fast, reliable storage, and our main editing server, Wannik, has checked all of those boxes for years. It's a great little server. It's built out of high-quality components, and it even looks cool. But as our team has grown, we've reached the point where even a minute, one single minute of downtime costs over $50. And that's just in payroll. Now, practically speaking, the way to mitigate that is by adding redundancy. Now, our drives are already redundant. We've got 20 drives in there with data striping. But the problem is they all sit in one single server. I'm sure you can see where this is going. It's been over a year in the making, but it's finally here, Wannik's final form, and I'm calling it Wannik 10. Because it's the last Wannik ever.
High availability Wannik!
Wannik 10!
I told you this like 10 times!
Nobody even knows what high availability means.
It means it's Linus proof. Just go ahead, unplug one. Do it, go for it. Okay, I should probably tell you the stakes before you do that. Each of these two Grand Twin boxes has 4 entire servers inside of them that were provided by Supermicro, who sponsored this whole thing. And they're set up with Weka, a redundant NVMe first file system. In this config, it should sustain 2 entire servers dropping out without anyone even noticing. Except that we moved the entire team onto it last night without telling anyone, and it's the middle of the workday with a ton of high priority videos in progress. Do you really want to test it right now? I haven't tried that.
All right, here we go.
Okay.
What could go wrong?
I mean, a lot.
Naturally, a huge part of a project like this is the software, the stuff that's going to handle distributing all of our 100-ish terabytes of video projects, Word documents, and Linux ISOs to the multiple machines that we just showed you. But we can't install any software until we have some hardware. So why don't we start there? Meet the Supermicro Grand Twin A+ server AS-2115GT-HNTR. Despite its sort of ordinary looking appearance and unexciting sounding name, it is anything but ordinary, and it is very exciting because inside this 2U is 4 independent computers. But for what we're doing, 4 nodes? Please, we want 8. Inside each of these is a completely independent motherboard, 384 gigs of memory, an AMD EPYC Genoa processor with 64 cores, dual M.2 slots for redundant boot drives, 6 PCIe Gen 5 2.5-inch NVMe slots up front, and we've got I/O in the rear. Now, this bit here could be a little confusing at first glance, but that is because not only do we have USB, but we have 2 full Gen 5x16 PCIe connections back here, along with display output and power for the entire server. This whole thing slides into the chassis, which holds a really cool modular backplane assembly that we'll take a look at in a minute, and then passes through, thank you, Jake, to the back of the server where you've got a management port, a single USB port for each server.
Nope, it's 2 and they're shared.
What the I was about to ask, because we've also got a single VGA.
You see the button?
For 2 servers there. No way, this button toggles?
Yeah.
And, okay, before we talk about that a little bit more, look at these power supplies. Each of these is 2,200 watts, 80 plus titanium, which sounds like a lot, but when you're potentially handling 4 400-watt EPYC Genoa CPUs, along with a bunch of RAM, up to 24 NVMe drives, and 8 network cards, well, it seems downright reasonable, doesn't it? Is it 24 drives? Can't be.
Yeah.
6 times 4, yes, 6 times 4 is 24. And of course, that's just one of them. We've got 2 of those, and that means that in the event that one of these dies, the system should be able to continue to operate uninterrupted, which is a big part of the high availability goal that we have for this deployment. Speaking of high availability, let's move on to our network cards. Each of those PCIe Gen 5x16 slots I showed you guys before terminates in one of these OCP 3.0 small form factor mezzanine slots. And what we're putting in them is these ConnectX-6 200 gigabit cards from Mellanox, excuse me, from NVIDIA that, okay, these are the older Gen 4 ones, so they're gonna be limited by the slot speed of around 250 gigabit per second. But if we had newer cards, that means that each of these nodes could do 200 plus another 200, 400, up to 800 gigabit, which would of course be a complete waste for us, A, because our workload can't take advantage of it, and B, because our switch is only 100 gigabit. Sorry.
Of course, the 2 ports are still helpful. We do have redundant switches, except there's kind of a problem here. That's still a single point of failure. In a perfect world, we would have 2 single port NICs. So if a NIC were to die, it would still be okay. But because we have so many nodes, we're not really worried about an individual node. You know, they could have 1 boot drive and it die, or 1 NIC and it die. We still have an extra backup.
How many 9s do you want?
I mean, I don't know, like 1 would be good. 9%?
Which, jokes aside, is a really good point. If we were architecting this properly, there are so many more considerations that we would need to make. Like the power coming into the rack would have to come from 2 independent backed up sources. The connectivity to our clients would have to be redundant as well. The connectivity between all of the systems would have to be architected in such a way that no matter what fails, everything will stay up. And realistically for us, we're not gonna get that deep into it because our goal is better than we had before, which was a single machine with its own built-in redundancies, but other than that, nothing. Now at least we should be able to lose a full machine out of these 8.
We can restart one of our core switches, totally fine.
2 machines out of these 8, and we can still be limping along.
I mean, limping is a bit of a stretch. It's going to be very fast.
Now normally if you buy a Supermicro machine, they're gonna pre-build it for you, they're gonna validate it for you. You can even have them pre-build an entire rack or racks of these things and then validate your application on it before it ships to you. In fact, we've got a whole video that we did about that was sponsored by Supermicro a little while back. Of course, this is LTT, my friends, so we will be assembling this one ourselves. Do you like that spin of the screwdriver above the server? Don't worry, I won't miss. I'll never miss. See, I could do this 100 times and I would never miss. Why? Oh, no, it's fine, it's good.
It's okay, we have 7 more.
Anywho, for our CPU, we've gone with an EPYC Genoa 9534. This is a 64-core, 128-thread monster of a CPU. It'll do 3.7 gigahertz max boost. It has a 1/4 gigabyte of level 3 cache, a 300-watt TDP. It supports DDR5 memory, up to 12 channels, and it supports a whopping 128 lanes of PCIe Gen 5. Originally, we were intending to go with 32-core chips, but they were out of stock, so
free upgrade.
Lucky us. Compared to previous generation AMD EPYC CPUs, Genoa is a big step up in terms of I/O performance, which makes it perfect for this application. And in the long term, I mean, if we've got all the extra CPU cores and a whole bunch of RAM anyway, why run Weka on the bare metal when we could install Proxmox and then use the other cores for, I don't know, high availability Plex server? No,
Yeah,
or
Linux ISOs.
more realistically, it would be something like Active Directory.
Yeah, which we don't really want to do right now, because if you run Active Directory on one server and it goes down, you're gonna have a really, really bad time.
But if you run it on a bunch of servers.
Yeah, it's good, great.
So normally, server CPU coolers would come with their own thermal paste pre-applied, but since we're doing this ourselves, and if you look carefully, it's not the first time that it's been installed, we are gonna be using, okay, thank you for that, a piece of Honeywell PTM 7950. This stuff is freaking awesome. It has great thermal transfer properties, and it can handle varying temperatures. Like, seriously, I don't remember how many cycles
not even just
it is.
varying, but like a lot of
Huge cycles for a very, very long time. Now available, lttstore.com. Is that big enough? Does that cover all of the CCDs and CCXs
Wait,
and
is there a
CC
second? Oh, there's a second piece of plastic. Am I stupid? Is there a second piece of plastic? No, there isn't.
Should I go put one in the fridge?
No, it's totally fine. I've done this like a bunch of times now. Oh, she's mint. Look at that. See? Easy.
I would recommend putting it in the fridge before you use it. All right. To ensure we're making the absolute most of our CPU, especially in this high throughput storage workload, we're going to be populating all 12 of our memory channels with 32 gig DIMMs of DDR5 ECC running at 4,800 megatransfers per second. That's a total of
384.
about 3 terabytes of memory.
What?
Across all 8.
Oh.
Each of the cables Jake's removing right now is a PCIe by 8 cable that feeds 2 of the drive bays in the front, but the reason he's taking them out is so that we can install our boot drives. These are consumer grade. Each system is getting 2 Sabrent 512 gig Gen 3 rocket drives, and it's not because they're particularly special in any meaningful way. They're not even that fast by modern standards, but what they are is, from our experience, reliable enough, and they're fast enough for what we're going to be doing, which is just booting our operating system off of them. Movie magic, all of the other nodes are already built. So,
what do you mean movie magic? Supermicro built them.
Oh, I thought you built them.
Supermicro builds them for you. I took it apart.
Okay, fine.
I took that one apart.
No secrets left anymore.
Yep.
No intrigue, no mystery.
You know what is still mysterious is inside of here. I've actually never opened this before.
Oh, okay, let's have a look. Woo!
Holy
Oh, that's the power supplies.
Yeah, this is so cool. So the whole computer is cooled by 4 fans.
No way.
There's the 2 power supply fans, and then these fans in their, what do they call this? Like I/O module, I think is what they call it.
Look at the blades on this thing, counter-rotating.
You're serious? That's what you're looking at? Not this? The most delicate of spaghetti?
Oh my God, there's not even connectors.
No.
Every one of these wires is soldered directly to the back of the OCP 3.0. What?
Yeah.
For storage, we're installing 2 of Kioxia's speedy CD6 Gen 4 NVMe drives in each node. So we've got one that is 7 terabytes and another one that is 15 terabytes. They're kind of placeholders for now, and in the long term, we're gonna switch to something in the neighborhood of about 4 15 terabyte drives per node. But the drives we wanna use are currently occupied by, oh, that project. By a top secret pastry related project, so that's gonna have to wait. The good news is that when those drives become available, Weka supports live upgrading and downgrading, so we can just pull these drives, swap in the new ones, pull, swap, pull, swap, pull, swap, as long as we don't do it all at once. Are we ready to fire these things up? Okay, there's a lot going on here. What is that? Is that a switch?
Yeah. Hey, look, you can see the button now.
Oh, that's cool. Boop, 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 boop. What you're hearing so far is just the NVIDIA SN3700 32-port 200 gig switch.
Oh my God, it even says Mellanox on the front.
I know, maybe it's an old review sample demo unit or something.
We got it with the $1 million PC, and I'm pretty sure that was already NVIDIA at that point. Can you hear that? You hear it getting louder?
Yeah. Whoa!
Oh. Well, that one's just excited to see. This is the Weka dashboard. Maybe if I go over here, cluster servers, we can see all of our servers. We have 2 drives per, and then cores. This is a very interesting part of how Weka works. It's not like TrueNAS, let's say, where it just uses the whole CPU for whatever you're trying to do. They dedicate and fence off specific cores for specific tasks. For instance, each drive gets a core. So we've got 2 drive containers, that means 2 cores.
A full core per drive.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. You also have compute cores, which do the parity calculation, any inter-cluster communication. And then there's front end, which you don't necessarily always have. Front end cores manage connecting to a file system. So if you just had drives and compute, you wouldn't be able to access the files on this machine. So you would have your back end servers, right? Those would run drives and compute, which is the cluster. And then on your GPU box, you would run just the front end. And that would allow the GPU box to connect to the back-end cluster servers.
Oh,
but
I see.
The back-end cluster servers don't need to run a front end unless you want to be able to access the files on that machine or from that machine, which we want to.
Right,
because we're using SMB.
We're using it as a
file server.
Stupid NAS for our stupid Windows machines.
Yeah, you can also have a dedicated front-end machine.
Yes.
So if you had 100 back-end servers.
But then that's adding a single point of failure, which is what we're trying to avoid.
You could have multiple of them.
Okay. They thought of that.
Yeah. I set it up so every single machine in the cluster, all 8 of them, are part of our SMB cluster, which means
it cannot go down.
Yeah.
Realistically, there are a ton of other file systems out there that you could use for something like this. TrueNAS has their scale out set up for clustered ZFS, which only requires 3 nodes and is something we'd be quite interested in trying out. Or if you're looking for object storage, there's a million options, but the main open source one, MinIO, requires only 4 nodes. Though when we saw how nuts Weka was when we set up the $1 million server cluster, I mean, we had to try it out for ourselves. And try it out we did.
So this is each node. Holy fucking shit. Look, okay, the crazy thing is, look at the read latency.
Now guys, look, hold on.
That's 70 gigabytes a second.
We've seen numbers like this before, but we're talking with, in some cases, double the number of drives and
no file system.
Without a file system.
Raw to each drive. This is
with a file system.
With a file system over a network, and we're only using 100 gig ports. Usually with a Weka setup like this, you'd probably use 200
Well, yeah, because we oh my God, we didn't know, because we didn't even have networking as a factor last time. All the drives were in one box.
I know, this is networking too. And the crazy part is we're not using RDMA. This is some fancy, what's it called? DPDK, I think is the library.
This is wild.
Yeah, look at that. So
read latency, 131 microseconds.
That's 4 million read IOPS with a latency of 1 millisecond average.
Are we able to keep using WekaFS?
This is a trial.
Okay.
The software is quite expensive.
This is unreal.
4 million IOPS. This is it is unreal. It's way more than we could possibly ever need.
But it's cool.
It's so cool.
Don't they support tiering and everything?
Oh yeah, here, I'll show you actually what that looks like. This is on Mother Vault, which I think right now has 400 TB left. Okay. So let's say max capacity is 400 terabytes. Sure. Now, once we run out of the 100 terabytes of SSD capacity, which you can see here,
it'll
tier. I mean, it automatically tiers anyways, and you do need to make sure that your object store is at least the same size as the flash or bigger, because they're gonna automatically tier everything to it.
That makes sense.
So in theory, we manually copy everything from Vault
one time
to Weka one time, because it stores in 64 megabyte
chunks.
And then it just stays there forever.
Stays there forever. And then we just have one network share, and when something needs to get vaulted, you just move it from like...
allow it to decay.
Yeah, you would probably move it from pending projects to like done or something like that. We make a folder for done.
Yeah, sure.
And then it will just do it automatically. Wow. Or if it's a video that like somebody was working on and then, you know, it's been on hold for 3 months and we shot, you know,
It'll
half a
decay.
terabyte of footage, it will just
And
go
then when
away.
we're ready to work on it, it'll promote it back up.
Holy we could net boot off of this.
Follow-up video.
Yeah, I mean, why not? It's so fast. You literally could not, we couldn't saturate this.
Now, a lot of you at this point must be thinking, gosh, mister, that's an awful lot of computers for high availability. Couldn't you do this with 2? And you're not that far off. The old school high availability NetApp storage appliances, like that one we looked at recently, did have just 2 machines. But those were both connected to the same storage drives. If each system has its own drives, when things can get out of sync, like let's say if one machine has downtime, you can run into a situation where each system believes with all the conviction in its heart that it has the correct data. And then if all you have is 2, how will they decide who's right? This is typically referred to as split brain. And that's why the majority of high availability systems have at bare minimum 3 servers. This allows the third system to be a tiebreaker of sorts in the case of a disagreement. Now in our case, Weka, that stupid ultra-fast file system that we're using, which unlike anything that we've used before, has been built specifically for NVMe drives, not hard drives. Well, it requires a minimum of 6 nodes with a recommendation of 8. But running Weka can still be an advantage. Video editing with Adobe Premiere like we use is very latency sensitive, and even a small delay when going to access a clip can be enough to make the software crash. So any improvement there is huge. Not to mention that a pair of these Grand Twins spec'd out to the max with 128-core Epic Bergamo CPUs would get you just 4 rack units with 1,000 CPU cores, actually a little more, 24 terabytes of DDR5, and up to 3 petabytes of NVMe storage. I mean, that makes our setup seem downright reasonable. Now, the average Weka customers are gonna be a little more demanding than us. Visual effects studios, AI developers, genomics labs, all the folks out there that need stupid fast, low latency storage. And Weka showed us screenshots of clusters that were reading in excess of 1 terabyte per second consistently. Obviously, that was a bigger cluster, but it shows you what can be achieved with this kind of hardware running on, I mean, what used to be the crappier option, software RAID. Man, I feel bad even calling it that these days.
I had a interesting idea with the Supermicro folks. So you know how we have like 2 petabytes of 13 years worth of footage?
Thousands and thousands of hours of footage, thousands.
It's really cool that we have it, but it's really hard to use unless you just happen to know what video the thing you were looking for is in. Well, what if you could just like search for something? Linus Sebastian. I want every clip with Linus Sebastian in it. Wow, bam, look at that.
Shut up.
And let's say, you know, there's this one. That's detected that it's you throughout the entire clip. Yeah, you're in a chair.
So you could search for clips of Linus sitting down with a keyboard.
Yeah.
Like, we're gonna be able to actually find stuff.
Yeah, right now there is a finite amount of objects that are trained. I mean,
Chihuahua?
Let me scroll through this. It's a lot. Eventually you'll be able to train it and tell it, hey, this is what a computer fan looks like, or this is what an SSD looks like.
Oh my God, that is so cool. So wait, is this running on these extra CPU cores? Or?
Okay, no, not right now. Faces and logos are running on CPU.
Yeah.
Objects, OCR, and scenes run on GPU.
Got it.
But they're not running on any of those machines. They're running on a GPU workstation that Supermicro sent that's sitting at my desk. It was heavy. Anyways, what is happening on that new server is proxies. Because if we were to analyze the original clips,
brutal.
Formatting is a huge problem. When you go into an AI model, it might not necessarily support the codec that you're filming in.
Sure.
But also, clips are like hundreds of megabytes a second, potentially. That would take forever. So instead, it generates proxies of everything first, which we're dumping to that new server.
And then we can take advantage of the lightning fast storage.
Yeah. You can
plus
see we have 2.6
the
terabytes.
massive compute, and we can basically create like a proxy map of what everything is in the main archive.
Right.
That is so cool.
So far, I've generated 2.6 terabytes of proxies, which might not sound like a lot, but they're only 5 megabit. So it's actually like a lot.
This is gonna be a flippin' game changer. News, sports.
Yeah.
Like,
can you imagine your CNN? You want that person wearing a red tie?
Yeah.
But right now we've done 25,000. So 2.6 terabytes is 25,000 proxies.
Okay, well, let's try and find something.
Oh, hold on. Once you've generated a proxy, you have to then analyze it, right?
So the analysis is not done.
No, not even close. I've analyzed 22 clips.
Okay, everything with Elijah.
Elijah. And this is the every clip that Elijah's in. And you can even see.
This is so cool.
This is the actual MAM, as they call it,
Yeah.
Media Asset Manager.
Yeah.
The actual AI guys built this before it was like AI, as far as I'm aware. Back when you would have had to make comments like this manually. Now it's just AI. So all of the data is in here now. And we can see here's Adam and Elijah.
Oh, that's so cool.
And here's all the different objects.
Chair, flower pot, microphone.
Oh, let me show you the scene understanding thing, because that is so cool. This is like a brand new thing. They barely even worked it in. But it basically, it basically takes a snapshot every few seconds.
2 men are working on a project in a room. There is a speaker, stereo equipment, there's a faucet, there's a tripod.
There's the tripod.
Some of these are a little less accurate. 2 men are working on a robot in a room.
It kind of looks like a robot, you know?
I mean, yeah, sure.
2 men are in a workshop looking at a laptop computer, looking at a machine.
There is person Alex Clark. So this is just running right now in real time, like more stuff is getting processed as
Hey,
we
see
sit
right
here.
here? Processing logos.
There it is.
Processing logos and faces. It's gonna take
gonna be
a while.
Yeah, it's gonna take forever.
They're still working on making it function on multiple GPUs. So once we can get it running on like 4 GPUs, say one GPU is doing face detection, one's doing scene analysis, one's doing object detection, or something like that, we'll be able to go a lot faster. But right now it's just one GPU.
Got it.
But this is so cool.
All that's left is to deploy it.
Linus had to run away to do some other stuff, so I've hired some backup cavalry. Sean, our infrastructure administrator, except we've run into a bit of a problem. Linus and me, in our infinite wisdom, while we were making this rack so much better, ran a bunch of cables right where we need to put the server. Did we just start unplugging?
No.
Yeah. How are we even gonna do this? We have to like part the seas.
Exactly.
I started to try to move some of the cables out of the way, but they're all twisted together. So hopefully the LTT cable management thing, which you can finally get at lttstore.com, will save us. Beautiful. Cable managed. We can slide a server in there now. I hope.
In?
Yeah, it's on. Ow, 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 ow. Okay, you're good. Just go. That wasn't so bad.
Like it's made for it.
Next. Hey, we're in. Now we just have to run 1 million cables.
Uh-oh.
Do you notice anything different?
Well, it's loud.
Most of that's actually just the vent is on. One of the air conditioners is broken again.
Again?
But do you notice anything different?
I mean, the sticker's here.
No, that sticker's been there for years. Seriously, you haven't noticed anything else?
Well, you guys screwed something onto the, did you put Sonopan behind it?
Yeah.
But I thought this is supposed to be a vented door.
My original plan was to get rid of the vent that you put in.
But that vent was there as a backup in case the
is fine.
HVAC ever failed.
It still works.
So
Look,
that fan is the exhaust and that's the intake.
You see all the gaps?
Oh
It's
my
fine.
God.
There's gaps, but do you notice the sound difference?
Yeah, that's a big difference.
It's huge.
But that server's so loud, we basically ended up where we started.
Yeah, but that's okay. I was just trying to normalize. I just mean I didn't make it worse. It's not that...
Okay.
Look at that! Woo! Cute, right?
God, that's a lot of metal.
If all goes to plan, we could get rid of this and this and just have these. So no more additional rack taken up, which is nice.
Wow.
It should sustain 2 entire servers dropping out without anyone even noticing. Do you really want to test it right now? I haven't tried that.
All right, here we go. What could go wrong?
I mean, a lot. The fact that all the fans just like turned down a bit is a little scary.
Let's go see if anyone noticed. Oh, hi, Mark.
Hi.
I'm holding your file server. How's your edit going?
What? Huh?
Well, is it working?
It's working. Is this on Wi-Fi?
Hey, Emily.
Hey.
How's your edit going? I'm holding your server.
That's cool.
Is it working?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Hoffman, how's your edit going? This is your server right here.
It's amazing.
Look, feel it. It's still warm.
Wow.
Yeah, it's still warm. Well, how's it working?
It's great. You know, I'm editing the video that we're shooting.
You are?
Yeah.
We're gonna pull another one.
Oh wait, no, Linus, you forgot one.
Yeah,
No.
here's another one of your servers. Is it working?
It's great though.
For reference, you're not supposed to do this. You should power off the system first. But we're just trying to simulate it failing.
Yeah, a terrible, catastrophic failure. I can't believe how smoothly it handled that.
See all the lights? They never stopped blinking. Big thanks to Supermicro for these awesome servers. Thanks to Weka for making this crazy software. Thanks to Axel.ai for the awesome AI detection. If you like this video, maybe check out the video series of us building our nearly 3 petabytes of archival storage, which we call the Mother Vault. That thing is awesome, and we showed it to you, and it's faster now. Oh, and thanks to you for being an awesome viewer.
The networking in our studio is pretty epically fast. I mean, look at this. That is 48 ports of 25 gig networking for our editors and our ingest stations, not to mention the 6 100 gig uplinks to our servers. But watch this.
Why is my internet broken?
Oh, not again!
Jake! Why does this always happen?
If this one network switch ever dies or even has an issue, our entire network goes down. And not just here in the studio, but also in the lab and here in Creator Warehouse, which is where our merch team designs our products and where I do the segue to our sponsor. Tello. Get super affordable phone plans with awesome freebies and excellent customer service from Tello. They were rated excellent by over 9,000 unbiased customer reviews on Trustpilot. Stay tuned to learn more about their custom plans. Now, in fairness to Dell, even though we bought this switch on eBay 3 years ago, we've never had an outage that was caused by it or either of our other Dell switches. But the fact that it hasn't happened yet, what the f***, holy doesn't mean it couldn't happen someday in the future. After all, these switches are basically just really reliable, fancy computers. But one reliable point of failure, that's not how we roll anymore. Mostly. This, my friends, is how it's done. Oh my God, Linus.
It looks good, right?
Hey, Jake helped.
I just died inside.
You made me feel so bad of the one I did over there. All it needs is some patch cables and it'll be good as new. Wait, they made it even betterer. Uh-oh. I already saw it before, Jake.
I haven't seen it, like, literally at all.
Yeah, it's,
Oh, wow, that's nice.
Yeah. I mean, it's, it's nothing, like what we did.
Oh.
Which
I
is
mean,
good.
We made, like, life-changing improvements.
Yeah.
This is really just aesthetic.
It's cosmetic.
Yeah. What is this? This is awful.
Yeah, they've got that one cable out of place.
Look, you see them hiding back there?
Boo!
Yeah, boo!
Boo!
What's this cable here? It looks like
It's a special cable.
Yeah.
The question now, though, is not how good does ours look, how good does theirs look. That's not what anybody's interested in, especially us. Right, Jake?
Ours is better.
The question is it all configured correctly so that I can come in here, rip the power out of this switch, and the whole network stays online? Can I stand on this server? That's fine, right?
But, I mean, you're already doing it.
You guys ready?
Hold on.
Jake, you're not gonna get more ready in the next 5 seconds here. We're ready.
Oh my God.
Okay, let's go find out. Come on, Andy, don't cut the camera. Hey, how's your editing going? Good, see you later.
I honestly have no idea if this
You
is
don't
gonna
even
work.
work at that desk.
Dan, what are you doing?
Hi, is your computer running?
It is running.
Then you should go out and catch it. Network working? Oh, good. Everything was fine and nothing bad happened.
Is it
so
actually?
That's normal and that's what we expect.
Is it actually working? I mean, it should work.
Jake!
But what?
Of course it's working.
Yeah.
To be clear, it's better to just have them both up.
What?
I'm just gonna put this back. But that was pretty cool, right? That is where these come into play. And I'm really excited to tell you about these new switches, but before I can do that, we're gonna have to make some room in the server room. Oh, and make some room in the other server room. That one's gonna be bad. To be clear, it's not like we couldn't put the switches here. It's just that when we spec'd out this room, we didn't realize we were gonna be putting such long servers into this rack, and we ended up with some clearance issues with our PDU. See, look, I can't even use any of the plugs down here. Whoops. Fortunately, we have a solution. This custom painted orange rack from Hammond Manufacturing is both wider
and significantly taller than our existing one. Is this gonna fit in the room? Oh boy. At least it looks like we have a plan. The rack goes on here and then we push it, right?
Well, yeah, those are mint. This thing weighs 350 pounds.
Cool. Oh, I think this is not going to work, gentlemen. New plan. We're putting it on the pallet jack and we're going outside. What could go wrong? I can't see a damn thing. Oh boy, and then it goes downhill. Hold on, well, we may wanna...
No, go for it. It's good. We're good, we're good.
Okay.
We've done stupider things.
Yeah, we've done stupider things recently. You weren't there for the 115-inch TV.
Oh.
That was really stupid. Since we're walking, I've got some speeds and feeds for this thing. It's basically the Canyonero of server racks. 7 feet tall, 30 inches wide, 48 rack units, and it weighs in excess of 350 pounds. That's without any hardware in it.
What?
Well, yes, well, that's what I asked you guys. I didn't have any plan. I planned to hire experts who would have good plans for how to do things.
Oh my God.
Are you sure about this?
Oh yeah. If I die, make sure you catch it on camera.
Yeah, it would clear just fine. No, it will clear.
Okay. All right, not so bad. Whee!
Okay, stop.
Oh, okay, mister, it won't move. Now says, oh, it's moving too fast.
Okay, fine, go.
Woo! All right. Okay, now hold on just a gosh darn second here.
Holding.
How is there gonna be room to maneuver this thing in there? Is the other rack coming out?
We didn't think this through.
They're not bolted on.
Not bolted in?
No.
Their feet.
So there it is right there. Defeat.
Don't scratch the paint.
Hey, nice. Wow, these casters though. This thing is built better than some houses.
It's
bigger too.
Don't step on the door.
I'm not gonna step on the door, God.
He's literally stepping on the door.
I'm not stepping on the door. I'm stepping on the cross braces that are by
Part
the door.
of the door.
Well, it's door-ish. I mean, look at this. I got my full weight on it. It's not even doing anything. We can get rid of those cage nuts immediately. We'll be using rack studs. Available now, ltdstore.com.
Oi, what was that noise? What was that noise, Linus?
It's a good noise. And yep, there we go. This is probably enough space for the other one, right?
Yeah, it should be.
All right. Whoa.
Stopping there.
Cable management. Who needs it?
See? Look how useful you are.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2.
Yeah, now you can go to the side.
Just a bit, slowly.
Yeah. No, they're good. Oh, okay. Now what, you guys? It takes up the whole room.
This is your new bedroom.
We ready, boys?
Barely.
Boy, hi there. Okay.
Shove towards us.
Moving. Okay.
That's definitely the paint.
I think we're gonna have a bit of a timber moment here. I'm trying to get to Dan.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, yeah, oi! Woo! Okay.
Holy f***ing balls, this thing is huge.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. What were you guys thinking? We could have just put 2 racks in here. You need more rack units.
Oh, we're doing that anyways.
Ah.
You saw the other rack, right?
What other racks?
There's another one.
Are these?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For where?
Here.
Put in 3.
We're just
Look at the color on that.
Wow, it's got a combination lock on the back. Oh my God, there's a Dan inside. Get him out, get him out.
It is really roomy.
Wait, this is the back then.
It's front and back.
Oh!
Sort of.
Sort of, yeah.
Not at the back.
Yeah, this is for patch cables and stuff.
Cool. Dan used Nerd Punch. It's as effective as it ever is. In all seriousness though, what are we planning to put in here? Are we transplanting everything?
Yeah.
Oh.
So Annydale goes at the bottom, switches and everything goes at the top.
And then that one's leaving?
No, that stays.
Well, what's gonna go in it?
That's gonna be the writer rack, so that when Jake wants to mess with all of our networking gear, he doesn't take down the entire lab and cost you tens of thousands of dollars a minute.
Whoa.
I mean, the cost's not that high.
Okay, it's a slight hyperbole, but you know.
And there it is, the real reason we're doing any of this. Because Jake wants a Play Toys rack. Because we could have made this work.
I don't know, this is much better.
I said we could have made it work.
Annydale doesn't even fit in it.
It's in it right now.
Barely.
Not all of it. We're gonna leave my playthings in there, which is like half of it, so it's not actually that bad.
Yeah, but the
I feel it
networking
deep
is the
in me.
worst part.
Oh my
That's why you have
gosh.
Sean and I.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking we go do more fun things and just leave them to do the grunt work.
Yeah, and then it'll be done properly.
At least half of it will be done properly. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Look at that, that's awesome. Oh, that's so easy. Almost as awesome as this switch. I'm ready to tell you guys a little bit about it. This right here is the S5232F-ON. It's got 32 ports that run at 100 gigabit, each of which can be split out into 4 25 gigabit ports. It has a total switching capacity of 3.2 terabit per second half duplex, so 6.4 then, bidirectionally. And these things are massively configurable, because when I say they're gonna be the top of rack switches on both this side and over at the studio, I mean, they're gonna be a pair of top, oh God, that's heavy. No, I got it. A pair of top of rack switches, because the main point of what we're doing today is to add resiliency and redundancy to our network. By the time we're done, I'm gonna be able to take one of these, rip the friggin' power connector out of it, and the whole network's gonna stay up, right?
Yeah.
They each have redundant power supplies?
Wow, 750 watts. That's not as much. I guess it's just optics. There's no PoE, right?
Yeah, that's a lot for not powering anything else. And ooh, easily serviceable fan modules.
Of course. It's
Love
Adele, right?
it.
Management.
Adele. Management port, and I love the rails these things come with. They're toolless and super easy to install.
These might be the easiest toolless rails I've ever used. 46 and 44.
All right. Boop. Yeah. This rack's too tall for me to work in. This is my maximum reach. I have to tippy toe. Is this the WorkSafe approved way to do this? Oh God, I can't reach, oh God. No, I'm kidding.
I will note that he is standing on the bottom of the rack to give extra height.
I am stabilizing on the bottom of the rack.
And look, here's a banana for scale. Yep, Linus is still short.
LTTstore.com, baby. Ooh.
This might actually be too nice for us.
That's why it's Sean and I's, and you get the other one.
Got him.
Infrastructure rack and the writer's rack.
I'm getting very close to just requisitioning this rack as my own.
Man, this is a fine rack, but it has super small PP energy next to this one. This side is gonna have its own challenges, because as much as we've tried to keep things organized, we're looking at about 8 years of total tech debt and Frankenstein solutions.
Yeah, I recable managed it 3 years ago, but
I did it a couple times before that. It always just kind of turns into spaghetti. The good news is in the long term, I think what we're gonna do is move everything around to the front of the rack and move the vault and maybe some of the other servers over here to the lab side, because we've got a nice fast link that we worked out with the city between the two buildings now. Is this the part where we just start ripping stuff out?
Well, Gary kind of wanted to keep internet, but too bad, I guess.
Our transceivers don't come out, Jake.
Oh God. Yeah, that switch got a little bonked a long time ago, and well, in transit from eBay to us.
Oh, great. So now I get to do this to keep our fibers safe.
You could just send it, and I'll just clean them after.
Sorry, Gary. I unplugged the internet. Update for you guys. We came up with a brilliant idea. These switches don't have a ton of VLANs configured on them, but this one does, because that runs a bunch of our security stuff. So we figure, okay, if we just unplug everything, then maybe we can move this down 3 notches where it needs to go according to the plan without actually unplugging anything.
Yeah.
Good luck, everybody.
Okay, you can pull it out now.
You ready?
No, top one. Top one.
Oh, sure. The top one doesn't have handles, Jake.
You got it?
Yeah, there we go. We only need one of these 48-port 10 gig switches now, so we're gonna keep the original one, and then we're gonna hold on to the one below it as kind of a cold spare.
Just pull it out, that's fine.
Okay. We were a much smaller company when we configured all of this. And you're quite sure you don't support the idea of just having the other room be the main server room?
Correct.
Wait, you're not just knocking cage nuts into the rack, are you?
A little bit.
Well, Jake,
that came out, that's fine. Okay, other side now. Tell everyone your great idea.
He hates it when I'm right, but he likes it when it saves him a bunch of work. I'm sitting here going, we only built from both sides of this rack because we had no space.
Yeah.
Well, now we have space. You just watched us install it. So why don't we just move everything around to the front? And then, this is hilarious. Remember that switch that we were super concerned about moving because of all the VLANs? Well, guess what? Ha ha! I just took every cable painstakingly and plugged it into a dummy switch for now. And then I'm gonna pass them around to the front of the rack and I'll just be like, okay, 1, 2, and we'll rebuild it from the front. If it's stupid and it works, it's not stupid.
Yeah, I like this because I've wanted to do this for
In February, it will have been 8 years.
I never did this because I liked it or I thought it was a great idea. It was always janky. We just didn't have anywhere else in the studio to put rack mount equipment.
You know, the main reason I wanted to do the mother vault, aside from the old one being jank, was so we had more rack space so I could eventually do this.
Nice.
It's been a long time coming. So basically, fiber patch, router 1, router 2, we don't have both of them, so it'll just be one of them for now. Dell, patch, Dell, patch, Dell, patch. I think there will not be enough devices plugged into these two that we will need 2 patch panels. Very likely.
Only one way to find out.
Do we just YOLO and hope that it goes well?
Sure. Oh, hold on, there's locks on the strain reliefs on the power and everything. Okay, all right, geez, man. Okay, you're good?
That's my baby.
Yeah. New.
Wanik 4.
The plan today was not to just strip this rack, but that's done now.
What time is it right now?
It is 2 o'clock.
We have an hour, let's go fast.
Oh my God.
We need to move all these patch panels now, which is nice. They're all labeled, which is great, except a bunch of them are not. It's all of the ones Linus did that aren't labeled.
You got that last one?
Yeah, oh yeah.
That's it. Okay, dummy switch comes out.
Okay, now we start going fast.
I love how the payoff for this video is going to be so much worse than what we started with.
Yeah, like the server room is just like destroyed. But one day when Sean and Dan spend 3 days recable managing this, it will be great.
We have 2 of our switches installed. We got the Dells racked in here, fiber patch panel. We got the MikroTik running temporarily to keep internet running for Gary while we switch everything over.
Sorry, Gary.
And yeah, everything's racking well. There's lots of cable management's beautiful, and everything's coming together, right, Dan?
Yeah, we got the PDUs here too, which is great.
Oh God!
Oh my God, there are hard drives in that.
Fine. All right, here we go. That was not very good.
I don't even care that much when you kind of drop a hard drive now that I remember back to when you actually yeeted a hard drive.
Totally lived. This is such a relief. I remember the conversations back when we decided to build from both sides of the rack, and we were like, well, this is the only way we can fit all the stuff, so I guess we're stuck with it. But I hated it then, I hate it now. This is so much better.
It's almost like we have 2 server rooms or something now. And the other one isn't a Harry Potter closet.
You know that these stairs are so wide because this room needed to be wider, right?
So what you're saying is this is entirely your fault.
Yes. The issue is that we realistically couldn't afford more, so I'm not going to apologize for it.
We cut all the cabling from the ceiling, so now we have to fix all that because it wouldn't fit.
We've got all of our networking gear in here now, and the back actually looks tidy now. I'm trying to make up for the sin that I caused in the ceiling.
Right now, we have what used to be Alpha Dell, which is our 48 port S4048. We're putting these Ethernet patch panels in a spot that is eventually going to become a like fiber patch panel, but we can just pop the keystones out at that point, or rather Dan and Sean can. And then I guess we're just moving more patch panel. Like it's awful, I know, but it's going to be great one day.
This is about to get interesting. We have to put the 2 new Dell switches, the 32 port 100 gig ones, here and here, which would be fine if the various contractors who had come in at various stages in this building's history hadn't made complete spaghetti out of all the cables going into the patch panels. I don't know if they're gonna fit in here. I never know quite how this happens, but every time you clean up a server closet or like a tech room, you find all these things that are not plugged into anything. Man, this is gonna be awesome.
Being able to like restart one of your core switches and the entire network not go down, I like.
And all those years in the early days, Jake, using rails that were not toolless and whatever the cheapest rack mount stuff that I could find was, I did not know what I was missing.
Oh well, you actually got it in for once. Good job.
Yeah. These things are flipping crazy overkill. When Jake told me what we were getting, I was like, why? We have no application that actually requires these. But I think really it's less to do with the speed and more to do with getting the latest OS and all the latest features.
Oh, I haven't even told you. The long-term plan is pretty cool. It involves having 2 routers here at the very least. We want them to be redundant if our OpenSense router poops the bed.
I have no idea what I just unplugged.
The other one takes over automatically.
Sure.
The long-term plan is we have 2 routers at both buildings and an internet connection at both buildings. Hear me out. What?
I don't want to pay for 2 internet connections.
Oh yeah, whatever, we'll figure that part out. And then we can use OSPF or BGP to like route the 2 buildings. And if one internet connection were to go down for whatever reason, we could assume the other building's internet connection over here and vice versa. So redundant internet connection, redundant routers, redundant core switches. Also,
These switches are probably going to be our routers at some point. And then the OpenSense boxes will just be a firewall. So cool.
That second internet connection better be just like a basic residential thing.
Yeah, it can't really be.
I'm not paying for 2 internet connections. It's not happening.
I don't really care. I'm good with my one.
Can you stop knocking cage nets into the rack? I mean, it's not as bad as it used to be when we had servers that had the backs of them open.
All the time.
I remember this one time, one of the servers was open. It was one of the 45 drives ones, and I knocked something into it.
Oh, God.
And it sparked.
Oh, God.
And then I never told anybody, and nothing ever happened.
What is
but
this?
Something was dead in it.
So the best part of this is that everything uses rack studs now. I can ask Luke to make it one of their quarterly goals to take all the old cage nuts out of here, right?
I think if we had a networking esports team, like from our networking and infra department, they should call themselves the Rack Studs.
License the name.
It's a great team name.
Yeah, there's definitely an appropriate amount of patch panels per number of ports here, definitely.
You mentioned earlier we're going to transition to using these new switches as our router, but I think for most of the consumers out there, that doesn't make a lot of sense. But yeah, thanks, Andy. But enterprise switches are very powerful. They have very robust operating systems. Why would we not?
Setup effort high. Reward pretty good.
But why do people care about those things?
For us, it's mostly inter-VLAN routing. You can imagine a VLAN, it's a virtual network. It's kind of like you had 20 virtual routers, you could have 20 VLANs and 20 networks. It's all kind of in one. The big thing is if you want to pass traffic between networks, which maybe that sounds, why do you have them split? Well, sometimes you want one device to talk to a device in a different network, even though you don't want all of the devices to talk. Like a writer's workstation being separated from an editor's workstation. Well, if they both want to access a server and they're separated, it's got to pass over. Right now, that would happen on our OpenSense machine, which it's pretty fast, so it's probably okay. But imagine you're doing 10, 20 gigabit. It's going to start to become a bottleneck.
And this is just running commodity, some kind of mainstream Xeon processor in it.
Yeah.
Whereas these switches are running ASICs that are flippin' optimized for networking.
Yeah, you can imagine it would do that at line speed without issue. And the other thing is it will be local. So if that's happening in the lab, between 2 networks in the lab, it doesn't have to come back to here in the studio. It can happen there. So it's just way more efficient. Also, the internet connection sharing thing I talked about earlier. But
okay, here we go.
Sounds like maybe that's not going to happen yet.
Oh, hi, Jake.
This is awesome. So good.
It would have taken us so much longer to do this from the back. We would have gotten to the point where it's time to plug everything back in and gone, oh crap. I forgot how hard it is to reach in here and access the power outlets and everything. Just, ugh.
Speaking of accessing things, let me access my Flexbox.
Oh.
This thing is so cool. Have I showed you this before? Yes, I did at the LAN party.
Yes, you did.
Flex Optics, aside from making optics, also makes direct attach cables. We're going to be using these to interconnect our Dells, taking it back to that redundancy thing. For them to be redundant, they need to be connected. Every device downstream of these is now going to be connected to both. So if one switch dies, this magical cable will allow the connection to traverse between them.
But in order to make sure that these cables are going to operate with peak performance and reliability, you're supposed to use Dell optics, except that sounds expensive.
Well, they actually sent us some, and then they never arrived.
Cool.
The cool thing about Flex Optics, you plug them into here, open an app on your phone, and I can type, Dell 100 gig 1 meter.
And this becomes?
Dell 100 gig 1 meter.
Woo!
And you plug it into the switch. The Dell switch doesn't even know that it's not a Dell cable.
Awesome.
As far as it's concerned, it's Dell.
All right. Time to put some servers back in the rack. Some crazy overkill servers. So you guys think it's me driving the completely overkill infrastructure that we build around here, but often it's in spite of me. I'm at my, if it works, don't touch it stage of my life.
Well, we got the whole front patched in. All the MVRs are in. Everything's patched up. Everything's good to go. Dan is doing cabling in the back, and all we have left to move over to the infrastructure rack is AnyDell, which does all of our offsite backups from studio. So that's all that's left. Move that over, finish up cleaning the cabling, and then we're pretty much done here. I'm waiting for studio to come back up online.
Yeah, they took down the whole building?
Yeah, they took down the internet, everything. It's all down.
I told Gary 20 minutes.
It's been two hours or 4 hours, whatever.
And then, yeah, AnyDell, and tidying, and putting the shelving away, and cleaning up out there, and putting the sides back on.
Oh, damn.
And putting the doors back on.
It doesn't look like much right now, but man, is this ever easier to work on, and we are really close to being ready to fire this up. These are just all editing workstations, right? So I don't have to worry about any VLAN nonsense or anything? Theoretically?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, right now, this switch is connected to the router and it's getting the VLANs now. I'm just about to connect our Ubiquiti's 48 port so we can have Wi-Fi. Because that will make my life supremely easier. Also, you never plug the power into it.
Which one?
Ubiquiti.
You know, I've been doing stuff here, okay?
It doesn't look like it.
I've been doing lots of stuff.
Hey, go plug that in, will you?
I'm working on it.
Come on, boy. Get it together.
Hey, I'm working here. Oh, Jake went away. He wanted to show you guys something. He made a number 2. Good job, Jake. Good job.
Thank you.
Wi-Fi's up.
Okay, great.
All right, that's good.
Now, where's the goddamn cloud key?
Well, what was the problem? Did we ever figure that out?
The problem was they were switched.
Not switched, like network switched, like...
Hey, there we go. It adopted and, like, remembered its config now. Okay, great.
Nice. The Wi-Fi definitely works. Hey, guys.
Hi.
Thought you guys were supposed to be the professionals. Our cable management on the other side looks so much better.
I tried really hard.
Our side looks like actual pasta.
Yeah. I thought I'd try and absolve myself of this sin.
Yeah. No, this looks great. This is amazing.
You know what came in really handy is these guys.
Yeah. LTTstore.com soon, TM. Cable management, boom, it holds anything anywhere. It's awesome.
Absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, especially the big one. You can take like a big old friggin' thing and like...
All of these are just one of those.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. In all seriousness, how are you guys doing here? It looks pretty close.
Yeah, we're nearing the end here. We've just got to deal with some of these power cables and then, of course, get these back up onto the ceiling.
Sure.
And then I think that's about it.
Okay, we gave up.
You gave up? I mean, we told Gary 20 minutes to take lunch so that we would be back up, and then we immediately moved the microtik and got everything ready so that Gary could continue doing his job.
Yeah, so here's the thing. We got about 30% of the way through and realized that moving everything at the back of the rack was going to take way longer than just pulling everything out and rebuilding it all from the front so that when it's time for you guys to unspaghetti the thing, at least you can see what the heck you're doing. So that's what we did.
Yeah.
We are not going to get the full redundancy of the thing up and running today.
Oh, why?
Because it is time for Jake to go to the airport.
Okay, well, you still got Sean and I.
It's also time for me to leave.
Okay, so we're staying here till 1 a.m.?
No.
Oh.
As long as the network works.
Okay.
We don't need the redundancy working.
Okay.
I know I'm acting all surprised and stuff, but it should work, and it does work for a number of reasons. I mean, you can see in the Unify thing, there's only one upstream online on all of those switches, right?
The second one hasn't rebooted yet.
Every single switch downstream of the Dells is connected to both of them.
And then both of the Dells are connected to that link we have through the street to the other building.
Yeah, and they're also connected to each other with something called VLT, or Virtual Link Trunking. Traditionally, you would have like an LACP, or an aggregate link between two switches. Well, the Dell takes it up a notch, and instead of just between two switches, it's between one switch and two ones above it. And if one of them goes down, you still have the redundant link, and it just works. What's even cooler is if you have a situation where it's not like the switch just died entirely, It's more like the fiber got cut, or the direct attached cable is screwy, and it needs to get something on a switch that it's not currently connected to. It will like route over the connection between the two Dells and back to that switch. And what's even more cool is that it only took like 5 minutes to set that feature up.
You know what else took only 5 minutes? Brainstorming this segue to our sponsor, Tello. Are you tired of feeling like you're stuck in a phone plan that doesn't meet your needs or is too expensive? Meet Tello Mobile's Build Your Own Plan. With Tello's Build Your Own Plan, you can create the perfect phone plan that suits your lifestyle and your budget. With options like 2 gigs plus unlimited talk and text for just $10 a month, or unlimited everything for just $25 a month, you can enjoy affordable and flexible plans that suit your needs. But would you believe that Tello also throws in freebies like hotspotting, Wi-Fi calling, and unlimited texting? Well, you should, because they do. Plus, with international calls to 60 plus countries and eSIM included, you'll have everything you need in one plan. And for families, Tello offers individual plans for each line with no shared balance or extra cost per line, making it easy to manage multiple lines. You can even have up to 10 lines on one account. Finally, Tello offers a referral program where you can earn 10 Tello dollars for you and a friend when they place a successful order with your unique referral link. Order online, pop in your Tello SIM, and you're done. You can even keep your phone and number, which makes the switch even easier. So don't wait, switch to Tello today by clicking the link in the video description. If you guys enjoyed this video, you know what? Go back and watch one of the previous attempts at cable managing that room, because believe it or not, it was even worse.
Yeah. Big shout out to Hammond Manufacturing for the nice new rack. It is glorious.
It is glorious.
Shout out to Infinite Cables for the cool patch cables. Shout out to Ubiquity for all the other switches. Shout out to Dell for these switches. Holy crap, these things are awesome.
Shout out you for watching.
Yeah.
And shout out our Infra team, and also Jake.
And also Jake.
Everyone knows Mark Rober. He has dashing good looks, helped design a Mars rover, single-handedly solved the porch pirating pandemic, and even has more subscribers than me. But it turns out he can make mistakes, like the way that his team is handling storage. We're talking towers of external hard drives, no real backup, and worst of all, editing videos off of Dropbox? Thankfully, he knew where to come for help. That's right, boys and girls! Today, we are building not one, but two identical storage servers for the one, the only, Mark Rober. And not only that, but we're gonna show you guys how with basically zero networking configuration, no port forwarding, any of that stuff, these two epic machines are gonna be able to remotely and securely sync to each other from miles away. Just like I'm gonna remotely sync this message from today's sponsor.
CableMod. Worry no more about your graphics card going pyromaniac. Upgrade your default power cable to CableMod's 12-volt high-power basic replacement cable. Learn more at the end of the video.
When Mark first reached out, he had already come up with actually a pretty reasonable plan to solve their issues. To migrate off of the stacks of external hard drives, they had spec'd out an OWC Thunder Bay Flex 8, which is a DAS, or direct attached storage chassis that, as the name implies, directly connects to the computer using a 40 gigabit Thunderbolt connection. Then, for remote backup, they chose a smaller DAS box from that same company. These kinds of storage docks are great for the solo photographer or freelance video editor, where only that one person needs to access the data. To their credit, their current workflow only actually requires that one computer to be able to access the raw footage in order to generate low-quality proxy footage for their remote editors. Once the project is complete, that computer with the raw footage directly attached to it would run the final export for YouTube. However, just because that works for them today doesn't mean it's going to work for them in the future. And given the flexibility and the upgradability that's afforded by a DIY NAS or a network-attached storage box, like being able to access the footage on any computer on your network, or, I mean, heck, any computer in the world through a VPN, well, when you're spending this kind of money and you operate on a scale larger than one person, NAS is a no-brainer. Not to mention that whatever machine you end up plugging these storage boxes into is going to be bogged down every time it has to sync to that offsite backup. So, what do we build him? Well, the capacity is easy to figure out. He needs lots. He asked for 200 terabytes at each site. But what about the form factor or the hardware platform? Originally, we spec'd out two options. One based on AMD's Enterprise EPYC platform, and one with their consumer-grade Ryzen parts. But it was immediately apparent that the cost was going to be basically the same, so EPYC was the obvious choice. This is going to be a really fun build because while Mark obviously wants to take a spare no expense approach to keeping his data safe, we also don't want to waste his money, meaning that this is a really solutions-oriented video and we tried to keep it really practical. So back when we spec'd this out, the EPYC 7302P, a 16-core processor, was available on eBay for around $380 a piece. Now, the 16 cores might not be the fastest on the market, but they're frankly overkill for a hard drive-based storage workload like this, and considering the platform advantages, like tons of PCIe lanes and registered ECC memory, it's basically the perfect option. And it's gotten even more perfect. If you check eBay today, you can pick these things up for just $150 used, or with a used Supermicro motherboard for less than $500. Now, some of you are probably freaking out right now. Like, seriously, Linus? You're putting a used CPU in a system for Mark Rober? That's fair. That thought did occur to us. But if you pay attention to how used CPUs drop in price, when each new generation comes out, they go ka-chink, ka-chink. And there's a reason for that. It's because CPUs are damn near indestructible compared to, say, a motherboard or a GPU. So what happens is you've got this glut of CPUs on the market with no boards to put them in.
You say indestructible? Can we cut to that clip of him destroying that $10,000 Xeon?
Yes, very funny, except that's also a great way to prove my point, because that $10,000 CPU that I ruined 4 years ago can now be found on the used market for as little as $1,000, or if you're willing to accept a qualification sample, full performance one, as little as $350. I mean, for these kinds of prices, Mark could literally have 4 spare chips sitting on hand with needing only a screwdriver to swap them out for the price of one brand new one. Coming back to our motherboard, unlike a lot of other data center platforms, the EPYC SP3 socket was used on 3 generations of chips: Naples, Rome, and Milan. That means that there's still a metric boatload of boards that are available, both new and on the used market. But since motherboards aren't anywhere near as reliable as CPUs, we ordered a brand new pair of ASRock Racks Rome D8-2T. I love these boards. We've got several of them in the office that have been rock solid, and they have an absolutely comical amount of I/O. There's an IPMI port for remote management, dual onboard 10 gig networking, meaning we don't even need a separate network card, although we'd have plenty of places to put them, with 7 PCIe Gen 4x16 slots, dual M.2, dual Oculink, which is another PCIe by 4 each, 8 SATA ports through these onboard mini SAS HD connectors, and 8 channel memory, all mounted to a standard ATX form factor PCB. This thing it's better than the bee's knees. It's the shit. And for a bee, that's honey, right? I think. It'll fit in basically any case, and it shows off the monstrous 128 PCIe lanes of our EPYC CPU quite nicely. Next up is RAM, apparently. One moment, please. Since we're using EPYC, Micron sent over 4 32GB DDR4 registered ECC modules that are running at 3200 megatransfers per second. RAM, honestly speaking, is also another place that you can save some money if you're doing this at home. It's just that when we were looking, the price cap wasn't huge for this specific capacity and speed between brand new and used. We're talking a difference of about $20 a stick. Now, the experienced among you may be raising your eyebrows a little bit at our RAM configuration. On the one hand, we've got 128 gigs in a NAS. But on the other hand, we've kind of cheaped out. By using only 4 sticks on an 8-channel platform, we are giving up half of our total potential memory bandwidth. But believe it or not, there's a pretty good reason for both of those things. One is that, okay, say you're using a QNAP small business NAS or something like that. You're not going to use much RAM. But we are using TrueNAS Scale, and since it uses ZFS, it uses system memory as a read cache for our most frequently accessed files. This is called ARC, or Adaptive Replacement Cache. And the rough guideline is to have 1 gigabyte of ARC per terabyte of magnetic storage. So we are right in that sweet spot with 128 gigs. As for why we only opted for a 4-channel configuration, well, if we were using NVMe storage, we might need the additional speed, but because we're using hard drives, I don't think our memory bandwidth is going to be an issue. And this gives Mark plenty of room to upgrade in the future. All he has to do is double his memory, and he could throw twice as many hard drives into his system. Of course, given Mark's budget, that is to say he didn't really provide one, we just tried to be sensible, we could have easily put in twice as much memory today, or 4 times, or 8 times as much. And when we're talking about a very read-intensive application like video editing, there would have been a clear benefit to that. But there are other ways to skin this cat. ZFS has another trick up its sleeve called L2 or Level 2 ARC, which is a second tier of read caching that can be set up using commodity SSDs. And that's exactly what we're gonna do with this 1 terabyte Sabrent Gen 4 NVMe SSD. Now it's worth mentioning that you can go ludicrous overkill on level 2 ARC and put like 10 terabytes in a system like this. But that would actually use up some of your RAM-based ARC capacity to index it, which could actually end up hurting your performance. Also, the level 2 ARC is filled up by stuff that gets evicted from the main ARC cache, so it might not even help until your system has actually been powered on for quite a while. The last thing to go on our board is our CPU cooler. And we've gone with a Noctua U14S TR4 SP3. We want this machine to be reliable in the long term, so using an AIO liquid cooler was out of the question. We also want it to be quiet, since one of them is going to live at Mark's house, and the other is going to be within earshot of people's desks at their office. This one happens to meet both of our requirements. Just like I am required to tell you about the LTT screwdriver that is reliable and soon to be available in, that's right, a Noctua color scheme. Sign up for a notification on lttstore.com. Wait, are these even the same?
They're not?
Oh, these are like big chunky ones. We're trying to put 2 fans on it. That way, in the unlikely event that one of them fails, the machine will still operate completely normally. It's not to get extra cooling. This is not a particularly hot running chip. This one has one of the big chunky ones on it.
What, you left one of them on there?
No, there are 5 big chunky ones. The 4 that I have and the one that's on here.
Holy f***. Okay, let me go steal one more from another fan. Are you fucking kidding me? What the f***? Are you just screwing with me at this point?
I'm not.
Like, legitimately?
No, legitimately, I'm not screwing with you.
So you're telling me one of these came out of the box with the wrong one on there? There's no way.
Don't
No,
think
you
so.
must have messed it up while you
No,
were
they
on
must have
set.
gotten mixed up.
Yeah.
No, the one that was still missing one was the one you brought me. Wait, I have 3 fans.
Oh my god!
Oh, this was
You
the one I
grabbed one of
borrowed
the
it from.
bin!
That's the closer color match.
Is it?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think you're wrong.
What? Yeah, that's really close.
No, that's wrong. This is the closer one.
No way.
Oh, the brown is
No way, it's not even close. Get out of here.
Why the hell? Was this one outside or something?
No, they just are all over the place. Remember when I said that this thing is gonna live at Mark's house? Obviously, he doesn't have a server rack at his house. I mean, what kind of crazy person would have a server rack in their house?
Especially a pink one.
That means that building this into a rack mount chassis isn't necessarily the best option this time around. Typically, for a high capacity storage machine like this, you want a rack mount since regular tower cases just don't have enough drive bays anymore. But if you're a long-time watcher, you might remember one that does. Ah, yes. The Fractal Define R7XL is back, which, with its optional drive bays, can house 18 hard drives, which is plenty for the 12 we're putting in today, and for them to add another 6 down the road. Of course, by default, since most people are not going to put a ton of hard drives in here, it only holds 4 3.5-inch drives. But we've converted it just by moving this plate right here from the back up to the front into what Fractal calls storage layout. It's been a little while since I've done this, but basically you've got this slide and this nubbin, and those hook in on the other side there, okay? And then you got a screw that goes in here. There you go, and it gets supported by this little tab. So, I mean, it's not amazing, but what are your other options for cases that hold this many hard drives? These are not sticking into the nubbin thing. Every mounting mechanism is great to do once. Now, I'm not gonna do it because we're gonna pull all these drives out for shipping anyway, but Mark, or someone from Mark's team more realistically, once it arrives, I would also, wow, that's heavy, okay. Like you to put the second screw into each drive right here. That's just gonna snug this up, make sure that this little nubbin stays in place, and ensure that these drives don't just suddenly go and fall or anything like that. That would be bad. One thing we are putting the work into, though, is putting all of these silicone grommets on the hard drive trays. This gives them a nice little anti-vibrational cloud to sit on. And while you're not gonna kill a hard drive by moving it around, we had hard drives and laptops for literal decades. It's pretty well documented that any excess vibration is pretty bad for them. The other benefit is this keeps the drives, which have moving parts in them of course, from transferring their vibrational noise to the case and causing it to rattle, which again is a concern for the system because it will be near where people are working or living. It's like a storage brick in the front of the case. Good Lord. Oh yeah. Storage brick. It's a good brick right there. Of course. What good is a brick without a brain? Let's go ahead and put our IO shield in.
Face is a brain.
Because the year is 1998.
Got him.
I'm just trying not to slice my hand open. Thing of beauty right there. I don't know what it is, but compared to whatever the flavor du jour RGB Fiesta thing that's going on in the gaming space is, workstation, server class stuff just has that classic high performance look, you know? Black PCB, I sleep. Green PCB, real Hey, what do you call the cold season when I'm making this video? The winter of my discontent. We got ourselves a computer here. Sort of. We gotta talk about cooling. Oh, this is getting very heavy. Hopefully, yes. Oh, easy. Time to put some fans in the front.
Just use the stock ones.
Stock ones?
Yeah.
Yeah,
We'll use the Noctuos for the top.
What? Where would I like to put my fan for it to have all of its airflow blocked by this wall of hard drives? I could put it here, or here, or here. There's not going to be a GPU in this system. Ooh, at least not now. Well, no, he could put a GPU in it in the future if he wanted to, pass through a GPU to a Plex VM or something like that.
I thought you said he wasn't doing VMs.
No, he's not going to do any of that, but I am going to put the fans in such a place that they would deliver fresh airflow to a GPU or accelerator card or any other kind of thing you might want to put in here.
I'm modifying the HBA. I'm putting some coolant on here. This is a little big. That's a little small.
This is fine.
This is fine?
Yeah, just put that in there.
He's so cute.
Realistically, a card like this, which we haven't actually talked about yet, but we need because our motherboard only supports 8 SATA hard drives out of the box. 10. Oh, well, whatever. That's still not 16 or 18 or whatever this can support. The point is, we need to add some more SATA ports. This is an HBA, host bus adapter, and it's kind of designed to get passive airflow from the server fans that are way over here somewhere. Right now it's got nothing, so we need to add something to this, and I mean, that's better than nothing.
To be fair, it'll probably be fine. We're just doing it just in case.
I think it's time for us to talk power supply. We could have gone with something redundant. In fact, there are some really cool ATX dual unit power supplies these days, but it's not quiet. So we've opted for the second best thing, this excellent Seasonic Prime Platinum 1300 watt power supply. Did we need 1300 watts? The answer is no. But the 1300 watt has native support for 16 SATA power connectors, and while we could have adapted something else or even used splitters, particularly for SATA, using splitters is not recommended because of the tiny little pins. If you draw too much current over them, they melt, and that's bad. This is a machine that's intended to be operated continuously for years on end. I mean, we don't know how long he's gonna keep it. Nothing would stop him from running this for like, I don't know, 10 years as long as he replaces hard drives as they fail. So we don't want to take any chances.
I didn't have 4 of the same size zip ties, so there's 2 different size zip ties, but it's mint, okay?
I mean, it's not going anywhere.
No, it's not. You might be wondering how this HBA is gonna plug into our hard drives, because that doesn't look anything like the port on a hard drive. So we have to use these mini SAS HD, that's the connector on the HBA, to 4 SATA connectors, and then we can plug directly in, no problem. Like Linus mentioned before, the motherboard actually has 2 of these mini SAS HD connectors, which means 8 of our 12 hard drives are already covered. So this HBA is only gonna be used on 1 port. Now, you can buy ones that are cheaper with less ports. This is a 16i, and they make an 8i, and I think some other companies might even make a 4i, which would be just 1 connector. It's just that we wanted to set it up for future expansion. Even in the situation where he went well beyond the capacity of this case and switched to like a rack mount chassis, this HBA is still gonna work, and he has enough ports for another 12 drives on here. You just slide it on in. There's no graphics card because it's a server, so we can put this right in the top slot like that. It's pretty cute, right? Aside from like an hour of cable management, the last thing this system needs is boot drives. We're gonna be using a pair of Micron's 5400 Pro Series drives. These are like data center grade SATA SSDs. They're honestly overkill and probably more expensive than I would have spent on boot drives, but Micron sent them for the project, so not a big deal. And these are gonna last, gosh dang, pretty much forever. TrueNAS like doesn't really write a whole lot to the boot drives. You're talking like the configuration and some statistics and like logs and stuff. So you could probably run it on a USB if you had to. I wouldn't recommend that, but you could. So these are super, super overkill. Hey, look, it's working. Okay, let's see if all of our these are because these are new drives. Okay, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Beautiful. Where are our boot drives? There are some weird stipulations on this board, despite it having a bajillion I/O. Some of them are shared. I think slot 2, which is either the second from the bottom or the second from the top, is shared with like the M.2, these ports, the Oculink ports. So depending on, there's like a little jumper you can move around. Some of the things get disabled. I suspect that that's what the problem is right now. So I just got to check the motherboard manual and see. We can see from this jumper chart that SATA 4_7, so 4 to 7, does get disabled in some circumstances, and 4 to 7 is the bottom one, which is what our boot drives are plugged into. So I was right, we're good. We just need to move this jumper. The X's mean that it's disabled. We have 2 M.2 slots, so we don't have to worry about our M.2 because this M.2 slot is always on. Actually, the only thing we need to worry about is the SATA and probably that PCIe slot. So I think I'm gonna put it in this configuration because that means we get 8X on the PCIe slot, that other M.2 is gonna work, and our SATA work. I don't think Mark is ever gonna wanna use Oculink for anything, and I would suspect if anything, they might wanna use that PCIe slot. Maybe they won't use it, I don't know. I'm just gonna put it in that config and don't call me. This guy is already in the correct position. We just need to move the right-hand one over 1 pin. Wow. Cool. And now, our boot drive should work. The system's booted up and we've got TrueNAS Scale installed. Now we can set up our array. Because this is, it's mission critical data. They don't want to lose this stuff. This is already going to have an offsite backup. We're going to set it up in a pretty safe configuration, but one that is still going to be very performant. In our experience with ZFS, usually the best option to get good sequential and random performance, sequential being big video clips and whatnot, and random kind of being small text files, or if you have lots of photos, you're copying all those at once, is to use a VDEV size of 6, which works great with our 12 drives. However, because they're hard drives, we do need to have some sort of protection for that array. They are, at some point, going to fail. It's a for sure thing. So we're going to use 2 of those 6 drives as parity data. That means in each of those pools of 6, we can lose 2 drives before our data is at jeopardy, which means we're going to lose a little bit of capacity. I think that brings us from 240 terabytes, because these are 20 terabyte drives, down to 160 or something like that. It's a pretty substantial loss, but it's not as substantial as losing everything because you didn't have enough parity drives. So it's very important to set up your array in a safe configuration like this. So let's just do that. We'll pick 6 drives, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I suspect TrueNAS is actually going to automatically do this. Yeah, look at that, RAID Z2. It picked for us. This is what you're doing. You don't have a choice. And then we'll just hit repeat because we can make an additional one. That's going to give us a formatted capacity of about 150 terabytes. Also, before we're done here, we're going to add our level 2 ARC. You can see there's a cache type of VDEV, so we'll just add that. Select our 1 terabyte NVMe drive and plop it on there. There are a few more steps we still have to do. I want to set up email alerts, so if a drive were to die, they actually know. It doesn't tell you, it just goes, hey, my drive's dead. You have to get an email for that. We're also going to have to set up a data set, some user accounts so they can actually read the data off of it. We're going to have to set up the software for our remote sync, which is called Tailscale, and then set up the sync process. But we're going to do all that when we're on the phone with Mark. Also, we said we were going to build 2 of these today. That was fake news. We already built the first one. It was probably like 6, 9, might even been a year ago that we built this thing and shipped it to Mark's team because we don't actually need both of them to build on camera. This way we actually get to do the sync remotely. It's already with them all the way in Los Angeles. We're up here in Vancouver, so this will be an even better demo. We're thousands of miles away.
There are a few things we need to finalize before we actually ship the machine, but we've got it working enough now that we're ready to hear from its new owner and do a live demonstration where we blow Mark's mind with an automatic scheduled backup across this unassuming black wire over hundreds of miles.
We're recording good audio for you over here. What up?
Oh, hi, Mark.
Oh, hi, Mark.
Oh, hi, Mark. God damn it.
So how's the NAS treating you?
But yeah, the NAS is amazing. And then I also love the idea too, because we're gonna do a second one that's like at another location. So then we're like,
Really?
Really, I have no idea what you're talking about.
You don't say.
is that it? No way.
Thank you for sharing your future plans with me.
Yeah, maybe they didn't brief you too much on this, but that's what we're doing today.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we're gonna do an off-site backup, and you are going to sleep so much easier at night knowing that every night, everything that you ingest to your main editing NAS, which can be used by any of his editors, both local, remote, whatever. If Mark just wants to check on something, everything that he dumps on there is going to be replicated to this one so that in the event of a fire or other disaster, the data won't be lost because the hardware has a value, sure, in thousands of dollars. What's the data worth to you, Mark?
$20 minimum. Just kidding.
Per kilobyte.
Priceless, Linus. It's priceless. And that is the punchline here. Is it's like, it's the peace of mind, even just having the NAS. I wish I should go grab it, but I'll send you a B-roll shot of it. But like, it was stored on these little Western Digital hard drives in a Tupperware in my freaking closet. Everything I own is in a NAS here, and then now, if we have a fire here, knowing that it's backed up a second physical location, knock on whatever, a game changer, absolute game changer.
Do you have any regrets not going with a DAS? Because like, I gotta give them credit. They did the research. Like, your plan was not stupid. It was like the Mac plan.
No, I think it's working well for us. I think the other thing that was different, that kind of was something we had to wrap our head around, was that we don't necessarily have like a bunch of editors in here working physically in like on site, right? Where you need a network that we're all connected to Ethernet. We don't have a lot of editors, first of all, but second of all, like we just kind of put it on proxies on Dropbox. That's kind of our workflow. Our main need was just like a one central computer that had the RAWs on it, that stored it all, that when it's time to export the video, you know, we all work on proxies, then we just we remote into that and export it from that computer. So yeah, it's working amazingly. It's the freaking best. It's just the best. And it's something we wouldn't have been able to figure out on our own at all. And our solution was gonna be a lot more expensive than the one you guys proposed. So you were able to like, look at what our actual needs were and being like, look, you don't need the Ferrari to go to the grocery store. You know, you just need, for what you guys need, this is what the perfect like solution would be. Just one of those things where just like having this, because this is what we are. We make videos. This is our core product, right? So it's like our Fort Knox for everything just didn't even have a lock on it. And now it's actually organized and locked and I can sleep at night, so.
You're probably gonna go back and actually use this footage like very rarely, but it's there.
Yeah, that's right. It's there. But we just had this situation. We're getting a bunch of our videos translated, and we used this, like, because we had to go back and, like, get the stems and stuff. And no, if we didn't have the server, like, that made our lives infinitely easier. We went back, like, 40 videos, right?
That's awesome. I'm so glad. So, we are just about set up here to demo the offsite backup capabilities. Jake?
We're gonna live try to sync the machine that's with you, which is thousands of miles away from us up here in Vancouver, to this machine right here. And hopefully it'll just work.
Yeah. It all rests on this little cable right here.
This also means that you'll be in possession of my entire back catalog of footage. So you better not start like a TikTok and bootlegging all my videos, Linus.
I mean, you signed the end user license agreement, right? And the privacy policy. Did you read it?
This was your end game all along, curse you!
You're only one of them! You are just one gear in this machine!
This is exciting. So how long will it take? Because I think we have like...
You have 100 terabytes. It's gonna take like a week.
Yeah.
The first go will take, you know, however, I mean, you've got 1 gig connection there. We'll probably set it to run at like half that speed so it doesn't just destroy your internet.
Yeah, so you don't go to like upload a video.
Yeah, what's going on?
Why does Google suck?
So probably like a week or two, and then once that's done, every subsequent sync, it only copies that extra little bit.
Yeah.
So it's a lot faster.
What's really cool about this is that in the event that you guys were to suffer from some kind of a cryptographic attack,
right? Like a ransomware. There's really advanced ransomwares out there that will go and they will start encrypting everything, even on network attached drives that are accessible to the infected machine. So because we're using a technology called snapshotting, where it will actually retain an old non-encrypted copy on that remote server, theoretically, you will be able to go back in time, kind of like Apple Time Machine, and restore it to a state before it was encrypted. And it'll be super inconvenient, and it'll suck. In fact, it might even be faster to literally get in the car and sneaker net that other machine back into the office so you can not lose production time compared to, copying it back over or whatever. But you'll have it, which is better.
So I see, so when you guys ship it to us, it'll already have all the stuff on it, huh?
It will sort of. So it'll have everything on it, but we're gonna pull all the hard drives out for safety during shipping because they can be quite sensitive. We wanna ship them in a proper hard drive shipping container. So theoretically, and we might need to give you a little, 15 minutes of remote help with it or whatever, but theoretically—
Well, we already did this once, remember?
Yeah. Right, okay. So you'll take those drives, you'll slam them into this machine, and everything will just pick up.
I'm truly, just something in my brain, it's just so excited to get this peace of mind. Because that's what this is. This is like insurance and peace of mind. And something that's been nagging on me forever. Every time I open the freaking closet and see that pile of hard drives, so.
Okay, in theory, it's running now.
Hey, look at that.
We're getting
about 40 megabytes a second.
And I think you said too, we can set it on schedules where, hey, just do it after 9 p.m. or something, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
totally.
And another thing you can do too, actually, is if it's not too much of a trek between your two locations, you could bring it on site, do the first sync at full gigabit or even,
Well,
I don't know
they have
what
10 gig,
switch
they
they
have
have.
10 gig. We got the
Okay, so at ball-in speeds, and then you can go and take the other one off site after the fact.
This is awesome, dude.
We've actually already transferred 2 gigabytes here.
Really? I was gonna say like two gigabytes. That's like my first probably 12 videos when I was filming on like a flip camera.
I think this whole project is 6 gigs. Do you remember it was called like watermelon smoothie or something
Oh
like
yeah,
that?
yeah, I know the watermelon smoothie. It's a classic.
Look, it's baby Mark.
I know. Still rocking the backwards cap though.
Show up to that last picnic of the summertime like a boss. And all you're gonna need is a watermelon, a coat hanger, and a drill.
Like a boss. Wow, that sideways gangster drill movement.
That's still cool. I still stand behind that drill movement.
Well, this is a quick video. We can just watch the whole thing.
Yeah, it is kind of short.
Did you clean the coat hanger before you used it for this?
Have you re-uploaded this?
I didn't.
Have you re-uploaded this as a short yet?
No. I should.
You should.
How long is this video?
Like 2 minutes?
Yeah.
No, a minute and 42.
Oh, this could, then no offense, but there's some dead air.
Again, you picked an early folder to look at, dude. I'm gonna put this on me.
No, this is great. You haven't aged a day, I swear. Yeah, I like the part where the watermelon juice goes in and then out and then in and then out.
I still stand behind that barfing watermelon scene.
So I think that's it. You have a meeting in 1 minute, so we got that resolved just in time. Thank goodness.
Perfect timing.
Enjoy the new NAS, Ziz.
You guys are legends. Eternally grateful. Thank you so much. You make it so I can sleep at night.
Now it's time to rip this whole thing apart, pack it up, ship it, and tell you about our sponsor.
CableMod. You're still using that ugly space-consuming 12-volt high-power adapter that came with your GPU? Why? CableMod's basic 12-volt high-power replacement cables are designed to get rid of that squiddish adapter and leave you with a cleaner-looking PC. These cables enable your ATX 2.0 power supply to power any graphics card with a 12-volt high-power port. They're available for a wide variety of power supplies like Seasonic, EVGA, Corsair, and more. And just like CableMod's famous sleeved cables, these 12-volt high-power cables are made with 16 AWG wire to fully support 600 watts of safe, aesthetic power delivery. So treat yourself and upgrade your build with CableMod today at the link below.
If you guys enjoyed this video, maybe check out the time we built a NAS for Dream. It was less reasonable. Today's an exciting day. It's an exciting day because we've got an exciting new case to build a computer in, and more importantly,
All the hardware that we're going to put in it is available for less than 2 times the MSRP. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, custom PC building is back! Do you know how long I've waited for this? Yeah, you do, because you've waited exactly as long. We are gonna put a crazy powerful machine in this tiny little unique case, and at the end I'm gonna stuff the whole thing in my backpack, and we're gonna put a 3080 in there, and we're gonna put freaking 12 processing cores, and the whole thing is gonna cost like what this GPU would have cost 6 months ago for just the GPU. So let's get started. And the whole thing is brought to you by Ridge Wallet. We've rehearsed this. We rehearsed it. Jake hit my hand. Wow. That was actually really good. Good work, Jake. You get to be the one true Jake.
That's what you get at a Jake Classic.
If only I had the talking points up. Ridge Wallet has redefined the wallet with its compact frame and RFID blocking plates. Keep your wallet bulged down. Maybe we could switch to David's camera so they could get a close look at Jake's Ridge Wallet. Keep your wallet bulged down and use offer code Linus to save 10% and get free worldwide shipping. Look how easy it is to get your stuff out. You just go like that. Boom, cards. Ha, love it. We have all kinds of different styles. All right, oh, that was a bad throw. Let's get this started right away. You guys might have noticed something a little funky here, and that's that we've gone X570 in spite of the fact that Intel has really come storming back in terms of gaming performance. That's because the theme today is not just gaming. We want this machine to be an absolute do-all, but without compromising on size or cooling. Let's go ahead and decide yes, no, in fact, there is nothing in there that we need. We're gonna use our motherboard box as our sick, static, safe test bench. And naturally, we've gone with the ROG Strix X570i Gaming from ASUS. When you're building a no compromises small form factor machine, this thing is pretty much the cream of the crop. You got your 5-volt addressable RGB, your 12-volt RGB. You've got, yes, that's right, not 1, not 2, but 3 fan headers on this thing in spite of the size. Basically, the entire thing is taken up by all the juicy goodness that you're going to attach to it. I actually love that when ASUS ran out of space on their ITX boards, on the X and Y axes, they just started building up on the Z. Is you got this like parkade of storage going on here. So we can put an M.2 here, and then I believe on the bottom, is it another M.2 or is it the Wi-Fi module? Or no, the Wi-Fi module is around at the back here. That's fine, we'll sort that out. We'll get that popped off. Is there an M.2 on the back? Does this, oh yeah, there's your second M.2. All right, cool. Now I do have some notes to talk about. You want me to open the case first, Jake?
Yeah, I mean, that's the interesting part.
Is that right? Okay, you know what? We're gonna get straight into the Mjolnir. This is a case from a company that we have never actually featured before at all, Thorzone. And this puppy stood out to us because it's expensive, yes, but absolutely not one of these small production run cases. This is their very first attempt, so it's $300. It's got a base price. That's a base price without accessories, and they are presently sold out, but they do have a notification for the next drop. Just screwdriver is just like anything you could get at Princess Auto or what's that other one, Harbor Freight or whatever.
Harbor Freight's the American.
Yeah, those kinds of places. Whoops. And the reality of it is that is just not true. But we're just gonna have to wait for the independent reviews to roll in. You guys are gonna love it. Super ergonomic, great bit storage, quality ratchet, really high quality finish and plastics. All right, let's take a closer look at this guy. Anyway, you can sign up for a notification when that's gonna come in stock over at lttstore.com. There's also a more detailed video. This thing looks freaking awesome. Wow.
Did you see the note?
Have you seen this thing yet? Oh, no, sorry, I missed the note. Oh, hi, Linus and team. Thank you so much for reviewing our case, whatever the outcome may be. It's truly not absolutely my bar. It's also your star. Hey, this is great. I love it. Alex and Louise Moore, the user manuals for the Mjolnir and the booster cell. Wow, we
That's right. Man, we need these guys running Tesla. Decreased panel gaps. Oh, look. Better gluing, better packaging. Fantastic. All right. Oh, man. Have you seen this thing yet?
Wait, I had to build something that just to make sure it would work.
Oh, really? Holy crap. Man, I mean, we've seen $300 small run cases that are literally a quarter the thickness of the metal that this bad boy is made of. This is freaking incredible. David, get in here, get in here. Look at this. Look at how thick this CNC aluminum is. It's like one Linus finger in width. And the anodizing on it is actually great. Did they say who OEM'd this one? They did not. 3 different colors. Okay, you got your black, you got your silver, you got your some other color. I don't know. My notes are very long. Steel, dark, and stealth. How does this work? So it's compatible with. Oh, interesting. Dual slot cooling design only. You're not going all the way to a triple slot. So if you have something like a Founders Edition, that should be fine. ASUS's Tough 3090 fits, although apparently it is very, very tight. You can get the RX 6800 XG in here. Presumably that's referring to your reference card. And I am still trying to figure out how to get darn thick. Okay, I figured out how to get it out. It's sliding. It slides. Well, okay, inside slides out. Came right up. Oh, well, inside slides. Oh, that's so cool. Okay. Man, I'm having fun with this thing already. I absolutely love it. Especially the locking piece. Okay, that's on me. That's on me. Okay, wait. What are all these extra parts? Parts just keep falling off the case. Don't even know what's going on here. All right. Closer look at this bad boy. I cannot believe how heavy and thick this thing is. Look. Is that Alex? Check this out, Alex. Get over here. Get over here. No, you're gonna like it. You're gonna like it. Look at this thing. Is that sick? Right? Is this thing sick or what? I told you were gonna like it. I mean, I don't know. You know more about this stuff than I do. I don't know, but don't you look at it and go, "Damn, boy! Damn, boy!"
It says 5mm thick walls machined out of solid blocks of aluminum.
What? That's so stupid. Machined out of a solid block of aluminum?
Starting
Scraps and melt it back down. Make more blocks of aluminum.
It says solid blocks. Is there any seam?
Jake, there does not appear to be a seam on this bad boy. I mean, this piece at the front does slip in here. So maybe it's slightly less crazy than it seemed. Maybe the center part is extruded. I don't know, man. Okay, all right. Well, while Alex is working on that, I'm going to go ahead and start working on building this computer. There's a lot of pieces here. We got a lot of things to figure out. Oh, I was going to interact with chat a little bit, but Alex is using my computer. Chase, do you want to read me a curated merch message? Guys, just so you know, the best way to send a message into the show, head over to lttstore.com, find something that tickles your fancy, go ahead, place an order, and you'll be prompted in the cart to send a merch message. You can have your message appear on stream, or Jake might answer it text, and then it might appear on stream, or if it's very on topic and really, contributes to the content, then I might read it out and talk to you about it. We figured this is just a better way for you guys to use your money than just giving half of it to Twitch or YouTube by just sending. No, notice me, senpai messages, because that way at least if we don't acknowledge your message because it's slips or cracks or whatever the case may be, you'll still get your order in a while, depending on where in the world you live. Sometimes it will take a while. This is so cool. Look at this front panel. Whoa. They did a custom, this appears to be like a soft ribbon style PCB, and it seems like, holy crap, it seems like the RGB this looks like a fan header. So how's the RGB control handled? Where does this even, there's these cool little contact spring-loaded push pins here. Oh, okay. I guess RGB is handled by this lead. Wow, this build is going to take a while. Hopefully you guys are...
That front panel is an optional accessory.
Front panel is an optional accessory. It looks like it's going to be sick. Because if these are all RGB LEDs, and you got this mesh here. Cool. Okay, I'm into it. All right, tell me about it. This is a bit bigger than that, yeah. $830, you say?
They said like
Must be
pieces of
Yeah. So this must be machined. You can see the marks. But then, yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe because there's no machine marks here. So it must be extruded. I think you're right. I love it. I absolutely love it. It's like, all right, thanks, Alex. Love that guy. Good people. All right, he hijacked the crap out of my professor. Home. Yes, I took it home for my kids to play with.
What?
Yes,
Are
I
you
can
kidding
bring
me?
it back tomorrow. No, I'm not kidding. I did take
It's
it.
like $20,000
I took the thermal camera home to play with my kids. We got cat videos though. We got thermal cat videos.
Okay, that I'm okay.
He's okay with
Just a correction. So the $300 price was the Kickstarter free price.
Oh.
So their MSRP is $349.
Okay, $300 was the Kickstarter like early price. It's $349 now.
And if you want it with both the performance panels and the tempered glass, it's $400. So it's an extra $50.
Okay. Wait, your mic so they can hear you.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Now this is called the Tsuzen God Rays. I imagine it's a lighting product?
I think they're already installed in the case.
They're already installed. I see. Tsuzen God Rays. Oh, yes, okay. So these are hard PCB RGB strips down both sides. Man, this thing is gonna light up like a Christmas tree. And they are screwed in. So as long as you have exactly these strips on exactly this case, it'll secure like this, and you'll never have to worry about the adhesive coming off or anything stupid like that. All right. Support slim 120, 240mm radiators. I think we're gonna have to move on and just kind of get going here. I have made a bit of a mess. I have no idea where to even begin at this point. So, want to hit me with a merch message or two while I get my bearings? I've already kind of talked about why we went with this board. I mean, it's ROG, it's ITX, 8+2 phase power, gigabit Ethernet, dual Gen 4 M.2 slots. We've gone with a Ryzen 9 5900X because we want 12 flippin' cores in this tiny little thing, because why the flip not? We didn't go Intel for this one because, I mean, we could have actually. Yeah, I guess we could have. DDR5 is still a little hard to come by, and really the theme of the build was celebrating the end of PC hardware scalping. Maybe not quite the end, but certainly coming to the end of it. And right now, hey man, Ryzen 5000 series, it's MSRP AF. If anything, AMD's been discounting lately in order to respond to Intel's Alder Lake threat.
The 5900X is only, you can get for $400.
Yeah, this bad boy's $400. That's a lot of money. But it's a 12-core CPU. All right, so we're putting in some Trident Z Neo. I'm sure you went 32 gig, right, Jake?
32 gigs, 3600 meg transfer, CL16.
Love it! That's exactly the right spec for a machine like this. That's what we
not just throwing money at the wall and hoping that it sticks. That's how the expression goes. All right, Chase, hit me.
There's no real exciting merch messages.
There's no good merch
There's one that
messages?
said, Linus, you haven't fired Colton on air in a while. Don't you think it's past time you did that?
I'm surprised. You know what? The truth is, I can't really fire Colton anymore because he's sort of integral now.
He wasn't before?
He's like actually a very, very important member of the team. So, you know, the last thing I need is for Colton to get all upset, feel bad, and run away to Chilliwack.
Okay, I got one for you here.
All right, hit me.
You mentioned making a leather holster for the screwdriver. Is this a plan still in the works?
Yes. All right. Now, we haven't actually gotten as far as prototyping anything. We do have ways to carry it. There's a screwdriver holder in the backpack, obviously, and the shop jacket is coming as well. That'll have like lots of pockets. You know, we'll have ways to hold the screwdriver. But I just thought it would be sick if we had a screwdriver holster. Now, I'm really on the fence about using genuine leather, to be perfectly blunt with you guys. I just feel like the world has kind of moved on from cow's hide leather to a degree. The good news is that our backpack supplier is super into alternate leathers, and like I was blown away actually by how cool
Attention.
some of them are.
An air quality alert is currently in effect across the region due to unusually high pollution. Residents are strongly cautioned to remain indoors and use face masks as needed. Citizens with compromised respiratory systems should contact their healthcare providers for support. This has been a local public service announcement.
That was truly superfluous. Masterful counterpart. You're listening to Second Moon Radio, the station of levitated taste.
Something that will be suitable for like a screwdriver holster. The way I'm
A
imagining
housing
it is
shortage
it's
is
gonna be
driving
like
up
fringe,
prices
right?
in the area.
Like,
That's right,
I want it to
Glenda.
be just
But
like those old
apparently
cell
that's
phone
not all
holsters
good
from the late
news.
90s,
We're
early
joined today by an
2000s.
expert guest,
Like, I want
Professor
like a
Nutbutter.
snap on it.
Welcome,
you know?
Professor.
Like
So a
nice,
housing
nice,
shortage is
like,
bad for the people
snap-down
trying to
clasp,
move
like,
here, right?
Humans
like-
are programmed to desire certain representations within ideological reward structures, which are entirely apart from the actual rewards enjoyed. For example, consider capital.
One final question, Professor. Is the housing shortage going to make me richer?
By certain metrics, perhaps yes, in the short term.
I like the sound of that.
But what we are discussing is the study of a statistical abstraction and its effect on the human
Thank you, Professor.
It is a question of priorities.
That legitimately cost
Industry
as much
in
as
the
a
region
car.
is on the rise, and
Well,
when
no, I mean,
business
you
is
laugh,
doing
but
well, that
what
floats
did you
our
pay
boat.
for
There's
your
no
last tax
sinking this
meter?
boat, Glenda.
It was $1,000. Well, okay, there's always been luxury shoes.
Well, of course there's always been luxury shoes, but the difference is that the kinds of people who are buying luxury shoes, like I'll show up at, I remember it like vividly, the day that I learned about Yeezys, okay? The day I learned about Yeezys, I was at one of my badminton group nights, and what the hell? Oh, this motherboard I/O shield goes in the other way. By the way, fit and finish of the I/O shield mount is amazing. It's like it snaps in, but it's just pop it in. It's like, oh, I love it. So I'm at one of my badminton nights, and someone, sorry. I can actually put them after fact. I got this. Someone of fairly modest means, like it's not, I don't mean it as like a diss or whatever, it's just, you know, this is what it is. Someone of fairly modest means is showing someone else their like $750 shoes. And this is someone that is kind of talking about them like, yeah, I got these secondhand for hundreds of dollars, and I'm sitting there. This was one of those moments in my life where I couldn't contain myself. It's the kind of laughter that I feel like
first time in my life that somebody spent hundreds of dollars on secondhand sneakers. And then after I finally calmed down a little bit, they walked me through the logic of why you might spend that kind of money on sneakers. And I was like, okay, I get it, because he was like, yeah, these are actually a great deal. Because I can turn around and I can sell these for $1,200 because the guy that I got them for, blah, blah, blah. So I'm just gonna wear them for like a couple of weeks, make sure that I keep them in absolutely the same condition or better, and then I'm gonna resell them. And I'm like, okay, fair enough. Actually, that reminds me of the time that when I was in high school, I bought myself two 7800 GTXs. I put them in SLI. I got a great deal on them from this guy that was literally selling them so that he could try it on Crossfire. You know, whatever, I don't know. I've been doing it for a long time. I wanna try Crossfire. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. How about I get to try SLI and you give me like a sick deal? I ran them. I was so worried that some new hot GPU would hit the hardware news the next day and those things would plummet in value. I think I ended up running them for about a week. I just played some of my favorite games at the highest possible quality on my P95F+B monitor, and I sold them. I got rid of them. And so it was totally relatable, even though obviously I don't give very many hoots about shoes compared to graphics cards. But I don't remember how this story started. How did we get on the subject of shoes?
Right to repair.
Right to repair, yes. Right to repair for shoes. I think as any product starts to reach a certain level of cost, yeah, right to repair becomes incredibly important. However, I would also make the argument that shoes are meant to be worn, right? Is everyone kind of on the same page? Shoes are to be worn?
Yes.
And it's right in the word, isn't it? Worn. In my mind, shoes are a consumable, and I feel like to fundamentally alter the shoe to make it repairable.
They used to be repairable.
I mean, that's true. That's true.
The
What's
industry
that?
has-
What's that called? A cobbler?
Yeah, the shoe repair.
Cobbler's a shoe repair person.
Like my mom has a pair of Blundstones that's like 20 years old, and they look great.
That's fair, but we also build shoes out of modern materials that are not as conducive to unstitching them and sewing them back together, literally nailing.
They're conducive to being consumable.
Yeah, they're so. I'm on the fence on that one. I like the sentiment, but I don't know what the practicality of that would be. We've got our motherboard in the case though. We managed to make that much progress. Now I'm going to show you guys some vegan leathers here that might actually blow your mind. Because I was initially opposed to doing a holster in anything other than like a cow's hide. What's the good one? Full grain or whatever. That's the like premium one. Okay, some of them not too impressive. Honestly, this feels more like a felt than an actual leather. This is, oh crud. Did she tell you what any of them are? Oh yeah, these are mushroom. These are mushroom leathers. Okay, so this one feels more like a felt. This one though, man, it's like, okay, the really impressive part is how freaking strong these things are. Like, I cannot break it. You know? It's like, it's kind of crazy. It doesn't feel like, I've never met a mushroom that I couldn't tear limb from limb, you know? No matter what you do to it, it doesn't come apart. Like, my mind was absolutely blown. And then you've got, what's this? Cactus leather. Cactus leather. These ones, check this out. This one is actually stretchy. Right? It's stretchy, but it springs back. It's like crazy. This one I really like. It doesn't have that same stretch. Why does it ever feel like leather? And then this one's crazy. This is cool. Who looks at a pineapple and goes, yeah, that seems like something I'd want to make bags or clothing. So, yeah, I was really impressed. appreciate you.
Somebody's looking for new monitors, planning on dual ultrawides, one above the other. Any suggestions?
My suggestion, if you're doing dual ultrawides like that, is that you just do a 48-inch LG C2. I mean, it's not curved, and honestly, when you're sitting that close to a screen that big, I do appreciate the curve. I mean, when you see a 24-inch curved monitor, that's just kind of silly to me. But when you're talking something that's really sizable and you're sitting that close to it, I do prefer the curve. However, going for dual ultrawides, one on top of the other, I have a 48-inch C. I think I have a C10 on my desk upstairs, right? Yeah, I think it's a C10. The C10 is just okay. The QD OLED ultrawide is a different story, but I think that if you're talking two stacked, one on top of the other, you're thinking productivity, you're not thinking gaming, and from my point of view, if you want productivity, you don't need QD OLED. And if you want gaming, and you really want that gigantic screen area, then you don't want a bezel down the middle of it. It's right at your eye line. And to be clear, I really liked that setup. I enjoyed that setup. It was fantastic. But it wasn't perfect. So, no. I think that you should go for a 48-inch. Or, you know what I haven't actually tried yet? LG has 42-inch OLED panels now. That might be a more happy medium size for a lot of people, and I think it's worth. I should daily drive it for a while and just see if maybe there's a little less neck strain, but still the vast majority of the productivity that I get out of the 48-inch man. I'm 48-inch at both home and work now, and I just don't know how I'm gonna go back, but at home, boy, am I ever gonna try with that Alienware QD OLED. Has everyone in the room seen it? You've seen it now, David, right? It's pretty nice. I should really focus and try to actually build a computer here at some point. I see how the power supply goes in, so we can do that. Let's see, how do they want? My goodness, this is. Let's put the fan on the radiator real quick. Okay, do you want to go ahead and read me a message while I actually work on the computer for a change?
Sure. I'm a cybersecurity major at school. How important is cybersecurity?
Extremely. I mean, Linus Media Group, because we don't really store customer information, because we don't work on anything, like government, defense, confidential, or anything like that. Obviously, in the event of a serious breach, the stakes are a little lower. We don't have the biological weapons cache secured by our cybersecurity procedures. But in the cases of some of our other companies, like Creator Warehouse, like Floatplane, where we're actually storing customer information, obviously we take privacy extremely seriously. So, yes, extremely important in that context, and extremely important in any context. I mean, even just personally, man. There's a video up on LMG Clips from, a couple weeks ago, I guess, where I talked about how I was defrauded. And technically, I don't think it was a cybersecurity attack in the sense that you might be thinking of. But wire fraud, absolutely takes place digitally. And even though it was more of a social engineering attack, that is your biggest surface area.
Yeah, social engineering is pretty much one of the biggest exposures these days.
I mean, I remember I was reading about a little while about how attackers are circumventing two-factor authentication. I was like, what? I thought that's the whole point of two-factor authentication, that even if you have the credentials, you can't get in. And it's devious, right? They'll do things like spam you with 2FA authorizations in the middle of the night when you're not thinking clearly. that's why it's so important to educate yourself, because the type of fraud that we fell victim to, where the email accounts of a business we were dealing with were compromised to the degree that they were able to email us as that company, receive our replies as that company, and correspond with us over a course of days, right? I didn't think
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
Pending updates to our power grid, the city will be experiencing rolling blackouts. We urge the public to remain calm during these breaks in service and to follow the guidelines on the city's website on how to plan for these temporary events. This has been a local public service announcement. This is Second Moon Radio, classical for the modern age. Unlike most modern music, classical has always been penned by someone sitting in front of a sheet of blank paper, using only their imagination as guides through a silent, audible masterpiece. Now, here we sit, listening at full volume, and our souls are transported.
How much it was.
But let us not tarry.
It was
on to the
our
next
pool.
episode.
So they told
Local
us,
stargazers
hey,
are in for a real treat tonight as the aurora borealis is expected to light up the night sky.
That's right, Jim. Don't forget to look up this evening. It promises to be quite a sight.
And on to our main feature story. The commercial district is booming as the area is attracting more high-end stores, bringing the latest in luxury to our neighborhood. You can now shop for designer shoes while sipping a fancy local Jarva mate, or so my wife tells me. That's good for business and good for the community.
Thanks, Jim.
Now
We'll be back
we have
after this.
new procedures in place so that wires of that magnitude, or really any wires, will go through a different type of two-factor authentication, right? I don't want to give too many details, but you guys can do your own reading on how you can prevent. I forget what it's called, what this kind of email fraud is called. So do some of your own reading, figure out a strategy that works for you. But yeah, we did some reading up. We found something that we feel like works. So we've added another factor to those kinds of transactions. We are confident that we're going to be more vigilant in the future. But man, it was really scary. That's yeah, that was really freaking
Not an
scary.
insignificant amount of money by any stretch.
A lot of money.
You can actually get this custom cables for SF series Corsair power supplies for this case from Corzone.
Corzone has their own custom Corsair cables for
but
this.
they didn't send any for this one.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
And then, of course, our often sponsor, Cable Mod, also makes custom cables for any case you could desire, any power supply you could desire. You get them in, I think it's 10-centimeter increments or something like that. Those guys are nuts.
Did you put the riser in?
I have not put the riser in.
Put the riser in before you put the cable in. Put it in at the top of the slot.
Is there not a pair of one of those pliers here? I used to keep a pair in my backpack. Oh. Do you want to hit me with another message?
Yeah. Just a quick update on the right to repair. A lot of shoe companies will not provide replacement parts given to qualified repair companies.
Yeah, I can see that. And you know what? I see their perspective because a shoe, to me, is more of a collectible, I guess, in that echelon. And I can see them.
I think the reason is just to manufacture a consumable thing.
It's to manufacture scarcity.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
But would you pay, let's say, 4 times the price? So, average pair of shoes $200. Would you pay $1,000 for a pair of shoes that would last you 10 years?
Here's the problem. No, I don't think I would. I don't think I would. And here's the problem for me is that the kind of people who are spending that kind of money on shoes, I think, have an expectation that you're not going to be able to just assemble a new pair of this limited edition shoe in 10 years.
I'm not even thinking of
yeah, okay. Feels quality, feels good, feels real good. All right, cool. I mean, it's a riser, so it's fine. All right, so that's gonna go in a little something like, oh, okay, yeah, like that. Let's look at that.
Hey, when do you want to do the integration list?
Oh yeah, we could do that. We could do that sponsor integration for sure. Okay. Why don't we get this riser in and then we'll go ahead and do that. Now let's figure out where the devil runs the line set. Let's go right through here. Wow. Kinda gotta, oh wow, kinda gotta stretch it tight there. That is, you know, on the one hand, it's kind of scary. On the other hand, boy, does it ever make these feel integrated. Yeah, exactly. That is such a good question, and I understand why you asked me, because I've done it. I do it with my daily driving machine. The truth is that at that time, I couldn't find a good solution for it, which is why we designed our own case and had it manufactured through Proto Case.
From what I can tell, there's not really a great one, but if you're looking to do it somewhat reasonably priced, there's a few like Roseville cases you can get on.
Okay, tell me this, Jake. Crazy pitch. One of the reasons that we've never explored doing a case for merch is that, you know, I felt like one of my biggest passions, I still remember this meeting that I had with a bloke by the name of Nate, who used to work for Cool Master. And we were like in the back room of some boring CES party, not really into parties, and I would much rather spend my time talking shop. And so he and I made our way into the back room where we could actually hear ourselves think. And we pretty much came up with the paradigm of small form factor compact builds that exists today. Like, we basically, I was like, radical idea. No hard drive mounts. No optical drive. We strip everything out, and we mount it all in a flat plane. And I wanted to basically get close to the slimness of something like the PlayStation 4, which was the current console at the time. And he's like, man, I don't think it'll take off. But I wanted them to make this case, and I wanted to do it as like the collab. And I understand if you guys don't believe me, and I'm not trying to say I came up with it, because honestly, a lot of stuff that started to reach the market in such a time frame that clearly people thought of it before I did. It's not about that. But Nate would back me up on this. I'm sure of it. And he was just like, yeah, you know what, I love it. I don't know how I could possibly get this by management. This is so unproven. And then now, here we are. The cost of risers is just like, oh yeah, that's a thing for certain types of builds. It's just, it's part of the deal. Like all those things that we talked about as not being feasible, they're not mainstream now, but they're considered feasible now, which I just think is so, it tickles me. I think it's really funny. So one of the reasons that I have never gone down the path of creating a case is that the thing that I wanted now exists, and honestly, in terms that are better than what I have done. So why do I need to do this? Is my question. I guess I've been really narrow-minded, because here is someone asking for a thing that I created because I wanted it. And that's where so many of our merch ideas come from. I wanted a better screwdriver. Not a better, I wanted a perfect screwdriver. And so we spent hundreds of thousands of dollars in over 2 years making one. So how crazy is it then if I wanted a rack mount gaming case?
Well, we're already gonna make a V2, right?
Yeah, we're gonna do a V2 when we update at the new house. So why don't we just try to make it actually manufacturable, find an OEM, and frickin' do it?
We can just make it so you can order it through Proto Case.
Yeah. Why don't we make like?
It'd be so expensive.
Why don't we make 10? No, let's mass produce it. Why don't we make like 10,000 freaking cases? Like, do you guys want a rack mount gaming case? Do you want to rack mount all your stuff?
I shouldn't have read this question.
Well, Jake, do you think it's okay? Would you consider a rack mount gaming chassis? Wait, hold on. Let me finish the pitch.
If I had my own house.
Let me finish the pitch. What if there was a little bit more modularity to it? Like, what if you didn't want radiators in the front, and there was an option to just mount fans, and you could stack it up with hard drives. And it could be like a silent NAS, like designed for desktop components instead of having mounting at the back for those redundant style ones that are super loud. Or, okay, now I'm getting real excited. What if we approached an OEM about, and see, this is basically what our merch meetings look like. I'm just having it live.
You gotta finish building.
I gotta bring Nick over here. We gotta talk about this. What if we did a quiet, redundant power supply, right? Like 850 watts. Yeah. Oh, actually, we could just use that. Okay, yeah, that
I got a lot of merch messages. That's me.
All right.
That same person was also wondering how your long distance Thunderbolt is going.
Long distance Thunderbolt is good. The problem is just that ink is not perfect. I haven't had any issues with it lately. It's been great. But
the answer to this question is we're switching to optical USB and optical
That's the answer. And not because I haven't had an issue with Thunderbolt in months. I just haven't. Where I really run into problems is at times that I'm not expecting to run into a problem. I'll do something as simple as I'll reinstall Windows, and all of a sudden, even though it's supposed to just work, it won't. And I'll have to fight with it, and I'll have to go find some weird, stupid driver package on Dell's website, and instead of off of the motherboard website, there'll be some BIOS parameter that's extremely documented that I have to change. ASRock's one way that are very good use in terms of their ongoing implementations, but it's just frustrating, right? You can't trust it. And it's not just me, the wife does not like it when her computer doesn't work because I'm tinkering with shit instead of just doing it like a normal person, right? She's not into it, and I get it because it's been in our relationship, okay, that her stuff never works. So I understand why it kind of gets her going a little more than some of the other frustrating stuff that I do. I mean, that's another factor. There's plenty of things that are frustrating about being married to me. I don't need to add more of them. If that makes sense to you all.
Okay, next one. If you had to choose between a top tier AMD or top tier Intel for gaming or Adobe applications,
Gaming and which applications?
Gaming and Adobe.
Oh man, I think I gotta go. Is power a concern? Alright? Is power or cooling a concern? I mean, today, cooling was a concern. Now, we could have gone with a non-K SKU from Intel. Some of them, killer. Like, honestly, I wish they were putting more marketing behind their non-K SKUs this generation. They have some
Recent spikes in demand have led to temporary local shortages in the city's fresh water supply. The public should be aware that we are struggling to get the situation in hand. This has been a local public service announcement. A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
That was truly superfluous. Masterful counterpoint. You're listening to Second Moon Radio, a station of levitated tastes. Don't touch that
because it's actually debatable. I mean, how boring is
Industry
the PC
in the
space?
region is on the rise, and when business is doing well, that floats our boat.
There's no sinking this boat, Glenda.
Industry in the region is on the rise, and when business is doing well, that floats our boat.
There's no sinking this boat, Glenda.
Drag racing videos, Jake. Because what's the point? They put some ice something up against a plaid or whatever.
You
and
ever watched drag racing videos?
Yeah, I don't know. There's just a spectacle in it.
Oh, what?
I don't know. It's just fun.
There was an awesome one recently. Actually, this is too car stuff for you. You won't even know.
Look, the point is that it just got kind of boring when everybody already knows the outcome. Like, yeah, the electric one is going to have a faster 0 to 60 time, but it's going to be heavier, so the driving dynamics might not be as good. I don't want to see the same conclusion over and over again. That sucks.
Well, sometimes it's different. Sometimes it's
but like we've known that for so long now. For so long. So yeah, I love competition. That's what I get excited about. That's what gets me up in the morning. I love debating things. That's, I think, where a lot of my spicy takes come from. Yeah. I love telling you about our sponsor. That's a good segue. Where is it? Ah, yes, FreshBooks. This stream is brought to you by FreshBooks. When you're building a business that you're passionate about, it's easy to feel like there aren't enough hours in the day. Boy, do I ever feel like that a lot of the time. And if you're doing all the invoicing and accounting on your own, you're probably spending time on work that you don't love. I know that I don't love doing invoicing and accounting, which is why I made my wife do it for 10 years. Hey, if you're super into invoicing and accounting, by the way, I think we still have job postings up. LinusMediaGroup.com, go check that out. Anyway, the point is, FreshBooks is built for business owners like you. It's the all-in-one accounting software that saves entrepreneurs and freelancers up to 11 hours a week. I mean, I have changed my commute route to save 2 minutes a day. 11 hours a week? That is enormous. You can spend that time nailing a client pitch, serving your customers, honing your craft, or maybe even just like having floor time. Oh, you forgot the fan. You could just have some floor time. You know what I'm saying? Just relax a little bit. I find that sometimes the blood flow, it just flows a little easier during floor time.
I know you're enjoying your floor time, but you forgot the fan.
I didn't put the fan in.
Darn, you put any fans in.
That's okay. Well, we'll put the fans in. Honestly, I'm just enjoying hanging out with you guys and not building a computer that's just generating an endless stream of who cares, no one can build PCs anymore. Man, Intel Arc is coming. We've got rumors flying left and right for NVIDIA. Are they going to call it 4000 series? Are they going to call it 5000 series? We don't even know. AMD is apparently like crazy bullish on RDNA 3. Like, oh man. I can't say anything, but CPU competition in the next generation. I'm stoked. We got freaking Zen 4. We got what is it? Rocket Lake is the next one. Can't remember. I think it's Rocket Lake. Oh. All right. Hit me with some questions.
Any solar projects planned for LMGH2? I want to do this.
I think Jake can answer that question. You can answer that question.
The answer is yes. I don't know what it's going to be or how crazy it's going to be, but we're going to do it, right?
I want it.
We might as well.
I totally want it. Yeah. I'd be super into it. Seeing how awesome it was doing it at my house, like how much money it saved, how relatively not painful the whole thing was.
It works really well.
Yeah, I'm honestly, I'm just kind of jazzed. I'm just stoked on it, right? So I would love to do like a sick solar install here at the office because we have a lot of electricity consuming devices that just need to run all the time. Even things like our workstations, we leave them running quite often because people remote in and they don't always know if they're gonna call in a remote work day, for example, for one of the editors. Or, the business team doesn't know if they're going to need to remote in and get access to something that they need to work on a client pitch that absolutely must be done during overtime on the weekend or something like that. You know what I mean? So we don't know. So a lot of the time we just have like dozens and dozens of computers sitting idle around our office, which is one of the reasons that I, and apparently only I, was so excited about the 12-volt only standard from Intel, seeing those crazy idle power consumption drops, because for me personally at home it doesn't make much of a difference, but from a business standpoint, just thinking about the amount of energy that's going to save over a year, 5 years, 10 years, whatever. I was really jazzed on it. I was really bullish on it. We'll see if the industry adopts it. I'm rooting for it, but obviously that's not the kind of thing that I can impact. So I'm just gonna sit and hope for the best, and I'm gonna sit and hope for a way to install this fan now that I have put so much stuff in here already. Well, Why don't you hit me with another message while I figure out how to fight this Noctua NFA12 then. If you're gonna have one fan in your computer, it's this one. Just watch it. It's bad.
The craziest part is just with that little flick, you can feel the air.
I know. It actually pushes like a noticeable amount of air just spinning at that kind of a. These guys are buzzers. I don't know how they do it.
Next question. How's it going using the Steam Deck as your main driver?
I have an update. I gave up. It's not that I gave up because I didn't like it. I gave up because it just didn't really end up making any sense. Like, yes, I've done pretty much all of my gaming since then on the Steam Deck, and it's been great. The Steam Deck is freaking awesome, but I have done almost no general computer use since I said that I was going to switch to just the Steam Deck, except for work. And I told myself when I made the switch, like, look, I can't have this effect work this time. The Linux challenge was really impactful on my ability to get work done. It was not a good thing for my productivity. It was a good thing for, I think, the community. I think it was a good thing for Linux. I think it was a good thing as a learning experience for myself. But from a productivity standpoint, it was not good. And so I told myself I'm not gonna let it hurt my productivity this time. And I just haven't really done anything but work on my computer at home. So I just haven't really had a ton to meaningfully add to the conversation. And whenever we're not adding to the conversation, I don't like to make a video. So either I'm not gonna do the video, or I'm just gonna wait until, like, maybe when I move to a new house, I will do the challenge then. Like, I won't even set up my old computer or something like that. But I basically haven't really in a nutshell. You got anything? You got anything where I can
like 4 more here.
come out a little better here? Sorry, guys.
I was looking at getting the QD OLED monitor for work and home and gaming monitor, and I've seen issues with text clarity based on the sub-pixel layout. Did you notice any issues with productivity work on it?
All right. That's a great question, and it's something that I absolutely need to spend a little bit more time looking at. It's not something that I noticed immediately, but I'm not in a position right now to say you will not notice it or anything like that. Because the reality of it is that everyone's tolerance for little blemishes or anomalies is going to be different. For example, you're going to see this in a video that's coming pretty soon. I treated myself to one of the best gaming CRTs of all time, the Sony FW900, a little while ago. And we made a video about, why CRTs are amazing for gamers and still actually better than other displays in some ways. And one of the things that I talked about in that video is that I used to have a CRT that used a similar, not the same, but a similar technology that some people found had a blemish or an anomaly that was very bothersome, but for me it wasn't bothersome. And it was an aperture grill type CRT. And what an aperture grill CRT will have is this. Say with confidence, hey, yeah, guys, it's going to this are not as good. Alright, hit me again. You should add another fan. Add another fan. Yes. Under the motherboard, you can twist it, and there's some things going right. Slim fans. Is there two for a reason? Well, one and two is the booster cell. Booster cell. Alright, that's the RGB right there. Sick. That means something. Slim fan in right here. Oh, this is great. I don't even really need grills on these fans, just because I can use the. Oh man, where'd that other one go? Ah, yes. I can just use these. What would you call these? Spokes? Like the fixed pieces there. Braces? Whatever.
Pending updates to our power grid, the city will be experiencing rolling blackouts. We urge the public to remain calm during these breaks in service and to follow the guidelines on the city's website on how to plan for these temporary events. This has been a local public service announcement. Recent spikes in demand have led to temporary local shortages in the city's fresh water supply. The public should be aware that we are struggling to get the situation in hand. This has been a local public service announcement.
That was truly superfluous. Masterful counterpart. You're listening to Second Moon Radio, the station of levitated tastes. Don't touch that dial.
We're working on it. Yeah, matter of time.
And on to our main feature story. The commercial district is booming as the area is attracting more high-end stores, bringing the latest in luxury to our neighborhood. You can now shop for designer shoes while sipping a fancy local Jarva mate, or so my wife tells me. That's good for business and good for the community.
Thanks, Jim. We'll be back after this.
There's 2 people that have said they would buy
We're live, and we're getting reports about a traffic accident somewhere in the city.
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched, and traffic flow should return to normal. But if you're planning a quick trip out, you might want to wait a little while until everything clears up.
If you're in it, you already know about it. No use reminding you. Meanwhile, expect delays and drive safe.
From Gamers Nexus with him because he did some serious investigation. Like he polled his community and stuff. And Steve doesn't he does research when he tries to make a business decision, right? So I feel like he's probably done a little bit.
You don't know what that's like, eh?
No, I don't research. I just mean that instead of reinventing the wheel, I could go to him and ask him what he learned about it and if there's anything useful that he could tell me. Because we're colleagues, sort of. Well, we're not colleagues in the strictest sense, but we're collaborators. I've shared knowledge with him. He's shared knowledge with me. It's good. I think it's good for the whole space that we don't treat each other like bitter rivals. None of us. Tech space. All right. This looks like it goes like that. Cool. And then I'm assuming these screws. This. What happened to have this size Right. Fortunately, we will have yeah. Fortunately, we will have other hit packs. We will have all different kinds of FU bits. The FU set is actually going to be a specific one. I think we settled on not actually calling it that. Do you know about the FU set? It's when the manufacturer says FU and uses these screw heads so that you can't repair your stuff. So maybe you should call it the FU back.
What kind of thing?
Like a tri-wing.
Security torques, tri-wing?
No, security torques, all of our torqueses are just security torqueses. There's no reason for our normal torques to exist as far as I can tell.
I was working on a car a few weeks ago, and somebody had put aftermarket Torx bolts, and they were security not regular torch. But it's security like T30. I didn't have a security T30.
Even with all the legislation that exists to protect consumers from manufacturers, they still find ways to For those of you who are wondering how these messages are coming in, they are from the checkout on lttstore.com. All you got to do is fill in your message as you're checking out, and it'll either pop up at the top of the stream, or Jake will write you a little note as an answer, or we might talk about it on the stream. They're called merch messages, and they're way better than super chats because just sending money into a void and giving a bunch of it to Twitch, which is Amazon or Google, is dumb. My thing looks bent. There we go.
Yeah,
Is that
it's
better?
just there's a bunch of stuff in it. It'll slide it. Don't worry, Peter. It'll be fine.
There, is that better? We good?
It's very thin.
We
Like,
chill?
we cool. Somebody's wondering what's a good entry level job or something.
That's a good question. I mean, you can't go wrong with just trying to get some real life tech support under your belt. That's what a lot of us really started.
Yeah.
There's nothing. There's no. I don't think there's anything that you can do that anyone would actually let you do. Like, obviously, you're not going to get a senior help desk position or something like that if you have no experience. So, right out of the gate with no experience, I don't think there's anything that you can do that is going to get you more hands-on, real-world experience just encountering problems. And your mind is going to be blown by the sheer volume and variety of problems that you are going to find. Like, I remember I would spend, when I was in sales, basically any time I didn't have to be out on the floor, I was hanging out with the techs and tech recruiters. That's just my shit, right? And I'd be like, hey, we get two of any of the same thing today? And that was just kind of a joke because, no, you would almost never get two of the same thing. I mean, even if somebody's computer is all gunked up with viruses or something, it would be totally different. It would be a unique photo of BS, right? Oh yeah, no, on this one, we not only can't open the browser, we can't install a different browser because whatever's hijacked this computer is smart enough to watch for the EXE of any browser setup and terminate it so that you can't get around its adware nonsense because it clearly hasn't figured out how to infect that one yet. And so what we had to do was we had to download it on a different computer because it blocks us from even downloading it. We had to change the name of the executable, then bring it over and run it so that we could actually get this other, this like in-browser thing to run something that like just learning to work around the problem. That's what you do. And that's what that was. That's where I think probably,
what I did?
A lot of us started. That's genius. That's the way to go.
much trouble when you have a membrane roof, so like hiking around up there is not good for it. You want to try to do it in as non-destructive a way as possible. But I honestly, Jake, I kind of think we'd want it to be sort of modular-ish, so that in the event that we had to do a roof replacement, which we will have to do at some point, basically we'd be able to kind of take units of it like off for the roofing project, and then put them back on and wire them back up. Obviously, it's not just as simple as plugging them together. Like an electrician would be involved in the semi-disassembly and semi-reassembly, but I feel like that's got to be a product that exists for commercial buildings for flat membrane style roofs.
Yeah. He also wants to know the 2-liter water bottles. When are they coming?
The 2-liter water bottles are coming soon, actually. That should be quite soon. I'm sorry I don't have a more exact answer for you. It's possible that Nick Light would have something a little bit more precise, but he's not here right now because they actually work out of the summer office here. So it's a little bit tougher for him to just casually drop by when you're streaming. It's a whole 30-second walk. Those things are so cheap these days. Crazy. Like you could damage something by putting down your water bottle too far. You know what I mean?
It's like the size of that computer.
They're hilarious. Now this is interesting. This front piece here, right? Seems to have.
Yeah, the fan gets past the contacts. Did you look at it at all? You know, there's like a contact so it can still slide out.
That is super cool. In that case, I put the fan on upside down. Fortunately, thanks to my LTT store screwdriver, fast to change stuff like that. Alright, hit me with another one.
That's it?
That's it?
You finally got through them all.
Right,
Ask more questions.
yeah, if you guys have questions, that's the best way to send one.
I'll look at them, sure.
Yeah, check out the chat. Love our folks.
Any chance of them getting being funded out of the wallet?
Honestly, I don't think all of them. See, that's something that I'm not confident that I would be able to do a good job of process up. Like, obviously, we have a super talented team. I don't have to tell them, how to make something. They're great. But a lot of the time, they do try to make stuff for me because, believe it or not, if I really love it, I'm going to be way more passionate when I tell you guys how much I love it, for one thing, which is obviously better for business. And number two is that there tends to be a lot of overlap, go figure, between things that I like and things that you guys like, because you subscribe. So it's one of those things where a lot of the philosophy behind our product development is, I want one of those. Surely there are 1,000 other me's out there who would also want one. And I also have to want it enough to not only buy it, right? I do actually have to pay for all of it, but I have to want it enough to buy lots of them. And so far, it's been a great product development strategy. So when it comes to wallets, I'm a simple man, I just want. This was actually made by my wife. So it's handmade, and it's just 2 pockets right here for my cards. There's a little slip pocket behind my ID pocket that I can put my Costco card, my AAA card. It's got this It's got an ID thing with a window here that I can quickly and easily slide out. And that's all I really need. I don't really carry cash anymore since the whole COVID thing and everything just going contactless.
I actually switched to a wallet that doesn't have a place for cash.
Yeah.
And it's been a problem.
Okay.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement. A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
You're back with Second Moon Radio, your second musical home from home. So settle back in your chair, pour yourself a glass, and prepare for another hour of musical delight. Tonight we are doing a musical tour of Italia, land of art and culture. Que bon, as they say. And an aria inspired by the infamous Vivaldi shall be our guide.
Industry in the region is on the rise, and when business is doing well, that floats our boat.
There's no sinking this boat, Glenda. We're live, and we're getting reports about a traffic accident somewhere in the city.
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched, and traffic flow should return to normal. But if you're planning a quick trip out, you might want to wait a little while until everything clears up.
If you're in it, you already know about it. No use reminding you. Meanwhile, expect delays and drive safe.
New vault, we've lost around 6,000 files. I think maybe it's 4,000.
That sounds like a lot, but in the
it's not that many. It's like talking 1.5 to 2 million files. It's really not that.
And that includes like some of them just being like nonsense metadata and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, not a lot of them. I think there's around 30 to 50 full projects that are completely inaccessible, which kind of sucks. But overall, not bad.
Why have I run out of fan hitters?
Sounds like you need a splitter.
Well, I have a splitter. What's
I believe there's one at the bottom.
because I already ran an installation.
You still haven't installed the M.2.
The M.2. Oh, right. I'll get the storage in there. Don't worry, Jake.
Thanks,
I'll get the storage in there.
LTD sandals blend.
Sandals are one of those things where, come on guys, real talk. Do you expect anything but the finest possible sandals from us? Would you accept anything other than the best? No. So, with that in mind, there's a lot of development. That's not going to be trivial, and there's so much cost involved in these things. Because for nearly every size, we're basically redoing your plastic and rubber mold, any of them, which can be tens of thousands of dollars each per size. And that's before you've even ordered any actual shoes that anyone can actually wear. The scale of that project will be bigger than anything we've ever done by so, yeah, it's something that we intend to do someday, but I'm not going to timeline for it. So right now I'm wiring up the front panel power connector, I guess. So in that case, yeah, why don't we make this front one power? And then there's actually a rear switch on this case. This is super cool. There's a rear switch here, and then that, I guess, is going to be your reset. I really like that. Oh, you know what? Maybe this front one is an LED. No, it's a button. There's your button right there. Cool. I have no idea how many people are watching right now. Jake, or Chase or something. Oh wow, that's really strong for Twitch. Thanks, Twitch. Maybe you guys aren't so bad.
Oh, there, it says 19,000.
Holy smokes! All right, hey, thanks for tuning in, guys. It's nice that y'all are excited about PC building straw adapter? Okay. I actually had a really good chat with the engineering team last week, where basically we have gotten samples of pretty much every lid on this Earth. And the reality of it is, we chose our V1 lid because it was reliable. We didn't want to take any chances. We didn't want to screw around. We wanted to make sure that returns were basically not going to be a thing, and we wanted to go with the thing that we trusted, first and foremost. All right, with V2, we heard your guys' feedback, and we found what we felt was the best this style lid. Nice, solid handle thing if you want to hang it from something, and like a good wide threading, so you're not spinning it forever. Like it's rubberized here. Like it's good, but it's not perfect. So the meeting that I had with the engineering team last week was, guys, I think it's time to reinvent the wheel. I want us to have the best lids, period. The absolute best lids. And if that means 30 grand in tooling costs or whatever, then so be it. But the goal is for us to get it to a point where the ordering process for water bottles is going to be like a building. So you pick your side, color, lid, pick any accessories. Maybe you want to start doing like that's the kind of long-term vision that is very dangerous to share with everybody, because the last thing you want is for people to stop ordering in hopes that they can just wait for the better experience. But I'm okay sharing it with you guys because I know we're so far away from delivering that. But in a nutshell, yes, we do intend to do a straw lid, but I hate pretty much every straw lid that's out there, and the reason is that I simply haven't found one that is convenient, leak-proof, sanitary. Straw lids are freaking disgusting. Like, honestly. Have you, like, a straw lid that you've been using, okay? Especially if you put anything out of water in that thing, a straw lid that you've been using for a year, don't look at that thing. It's nasty. So, we would want ours to be, talking about right to repair, right? We want our straw lid to be something that you could like replace a piece of, or something that could be easily disassembled and cleaned and put back together. Like, I don't want someone getting sick drinking from our water bottle. That's not acceptable. So that's where I'm at on it. But I'm not happy with any straw lids on the market right now, and I want us to do better, and we will, but it's going to take time. Right?
I got lots of questions. Speak to a few.
Yeah, let's do some.
What feedback from LTX 2019 incorporated rapid fire?
Okay. Shorter lines. We're definitely going to increase the total bandwidth of events so that we can process lines faster. Much bigger merch booth. That was actually a huge complaint from the event last time, that we didn't have enough tills, enough checkouts, so people had to wait forever to buy stuff. And more creators. I want even more creators. That actually wasn't negative feedback. There was a ton of positive feedback about how many creators we had there.
Yep.
But boy, am I ever going to blow a ton of money flying in every tech creator that we can to LTX 20, whatever the crap it ends up being. There. That's where I'm at.
My one feedback is LTT staff just being able to mingle and not having to like have a booth.
I think that would be an excellent idea. I think there might be situations where it makes sense to have LTT staff at the booth, but they shouldn't be running it. Yeah. They should just be like stationed there. Hey, yeah, Jake is going to be at the VR RC car experience from 3 to 4 today. If you want to hang with him, chat about the project. But there's someone else just like processing the line and troubleshooting cars that aren't working. Yep.
Somebody's mentioned
excited.
But it'll be good. You can make a video about it.
I'm not going to make a video.
Or a short.
I want to enjoy it. That's where I'm at on that. This front thing here, honestly, it's kind of confusing. I don't see how it's supposed to not interfere. So
Sweetwater? Like they're like one of the biggest AV music retailers in the States.
Oh, okay. Oh, really? Oh, that's a sensible thing for them to get into. That's pretty cool. They're an affiliate.
I think if you saw their logo, you would know.
Probably not.
Really?
I don't think I've ever heard of Sweetwater before. Sorry, Sweetwater. I'll let you down. I'll let you down.
Somebody's wondering if we would ever make a physical store.
If we made a physical store, I would say if we did, it would be called lttstore.com. And we would use it as a way to not only just have a physical place to buy LTT merch, but also as a place to get rid of all the gear that we're going to end up having to buy as part of our lab. So if I don't know if I would actually call it an LTT store. I just think it's really funny.
What's the one tech problem you encounter that's so painful? There's got to be a few.
Yeah, I've got a really good one actually. I remember this one system that I had back in the P4 days. I had this kind of sketchy power supply, and in theory, it should have been fine. But every time I tried to install Windows, it would blue screen.
Pending updates to our power grid, the city will be experiencing rolling blackouts. We urge the public to remain calm during these breaks in service and to follow the guidelines on the city's website on how to plan for these temporary events. This has been a local public service announcement. Local authorities are urging the public to conserve water and reduce the burden on the city during this water shortage. Consider installing a low-flush toilet. Cut back on watering the lawn, and shower with a friend whenever possible. This has been a local public service announcement.
This is Second Moon with J. Thomas Hornbuckle. Before we dive into our next selection, I'd like to take a few memento moris to elaborate on the formal structure of the symphonic work. For our newer, less able listeners, first, we will be dancing through the al dente section before entering the slower largo movement, finally, then savoring the vivacious antipasto movement. So, without further ado, let's raise the curtain and begin.
With a different power supply.
We're live, and we're getting reports about a traffic accident somewhere in the city.
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched, and traffic flow should return to normal. But if you're planning a quick trip out, you might want to wait a little while until everything clears up.
If you're in it, you already know about it. No use reminding you. Meanwhile, expect delays and drive safe. Local stargazers are in for a real treat tonight, as the aurora borealis is expected to light up the night sky.
That's right, Jim. Don't forget to look up this evening. It promises to be quite
then
a
the whole
sight.
should be good. But that's what power supply funkery will do to you. It's a hell of a drug. Oh, that's hilarious.
That's called being in just the wrong spot of the efficiency curve.
That's rough.
I had an issue with my home NAS. It actually took me a year to get a configuration where every single one of the RAM slots actually worked. Didn't I tell you about this? I had like a mix of single and dual rank, which is supposed to be fine, actually. I had slightly different manufacturer's RAM. I think it's just because it was a Xeon W. It was just super awful. I haven't experienced RAM difficulty like that. It's
DDR2 was pretty bad.
Yeah.
Early DDR2 was, I think, the worst I've seen. Oh, that's so funny.
Oh, I spent $100 buying another 4 gigs of RAM. You know that OCZ, the gold stuff?
That stuff looks so good.
I spent like $100 buying another stick to put in my computer. Turns out my motherboard slots were so close together that it wouldn't fit. So I had to tear the entire thing.
Oh, that's such a shame. That stuff is so classic looking now. Especially, man, have you seen the old EL Platinum? You should Google that. OCZ, like EL Platinum 3500 or something like that. With the
Oh
thick,
yeah. Yeah.
the thick,
Looks like server, like non-volatile DIMMs.
yeah, and like the chrome plating on it. Oh, man, that stuff was shiz back in the day. I mean, we didn't know that OCZ was like quality at all.
As an alternative to .com, have you explored selling items at existing retailers like Micro Center?
Yeah, we have. The problem that we've run into with that is that nobody seems to really be interested, which is kind of crazy to me. We've never had a person like, okay, our bookers, the ABCs of media, written by illustrated by Sarah Butt, is sold tens of thousands of copies of RealtorStore.com. It's a successful product. And I think it's done sometimes they might show preference for local authors, blah, 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 blah. Absolutely nobody has expressed any interest in carrying it pretty much whatsoever, even though compared to a lot of other books, it just has a proven track record already. Like it's pretty much a no-brainer to just bring a few of them in. But we've never even gotten as far as someone asking us, what the cost would be on it.
I thought we looked into Micro Center.
We did look into Micro Center, and they never placed an order. I don't think we even got as far as a cost conversation, but they are the one that we did talk to, because if I but yeah, they're a good partner. To be clear, not just Micro Center or anything like that. They just haven't taken an interest.
Theta wants an update for her house.
Oh, it's getting close. It's getting so close that it's actually starting to be kind of painful. I went there last night because Yvonne and I needed to look at, okay, the yard is way more sloped than we realized. So our intention was to have the back, walk out onto the pool deck. But if that's the case, the dirt at the back of the yard was gonna have to be like this high compared to where it is now. And we did not realize that. So what that would mean is that our fence would be buried under 2 feet of dirt and rot, pretty much, if we actually leveled out the yard. And we have enough fill to do it because they're digging a pool. But that's a big problem. So I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna do a step down to the pool and then level out from there so that it's not completely ridiculous. What else is there to update? Floors are done except for the wall carpet on the upstairs. The painting is probably going to be done this week. The finishes, like moldings and stuff like that, I am expecting to happen over the next couple of weeks, and we may
They are
actually,
happening right now.
We may, yeah, they're working on it. We may be master batching this pretty much done. We may be
use. So this is...
Oh, on the front there's headers.
Running between these two. Okay. So this says out. This says in. So this guy has our UV already. This one needs to be plugged in here. Ah, yes. Okay, I get it. So this comes off the header. Any other messages? This guy. This guy right here. So that'll actually be the third member of our daisy chain. Boom!
Okay, so who's your favorite employee and why?
Who's my favorite employee? Like all parents, I love all of my children equally.
I know who your favorite employee is.
You know who my favorite? Well, okay, my favorite employee, the cop-out answer is Yvonne.
No, you.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh. No, I'm a cool ass. I'm like late all the time, and like I get all I can be all frenetic.
He was talking about how he's saving tools and he's working with it. He was like an hour and a half late.
Bouncing all over the place, and like, yeah, no, I'm a hot mess, man. Oh God, you want reliability, you want time.
Somebody's asking about torque driver.
That would require such extensive designing of things that have been a lot of work and complicated that I'm not going to make any kind of. I think you'd be more likely to see a precision in stuff. It's packed tight. Look at that, ladies. Is that crazy or what? Got your motherboard, install the storage, got your power supply, cooling, boys. Combines all your game stores, and it's ludicrous. Like, oh, okay. Yeah, that's a thing. That's Linux. It's really funny having having enough experience with Linux to know like Linux did it. When I see like more mainstream reporting on new amazing innovations in gaming or whatever. So I'm just saying, Linux peeps, I get it. I get it, all right? Okay, we freed up a little bit of space around that.
I got lots more questions if you got.
For sure, I got some time. I just want to start getting the GPU in. Are we at the GPU stage now? Oh, this is amazing. You know what? In spite of how distracted I've been today, like how far into this stream are we? An hour 30. Man, I wasn't talking to you guys the whole time. I probably could have built this in like half an hour.
I agree. It's actually very easy to build.
That's awesome.
Mind you, you did have parts sharing.
That's true. Okay.
To fit.
Jake validated that the parts were all going to fit and all that, so that's an advantage.
A lot of time yesterday trying to figure out what would fit, and I found out there is a list of validated things on their website, but it's like behind the plus mark that just looks like it's part of the page.
Of course it is.
Somebody's asking if LTT will be getting print to printed work now that the labs.
That is our intention, yes. I think that state of written tech media could be better. And I think that there's room for us to come in and be disruptive by funding the expensive mind businesses, but I just feel like they're really disingenuous about how they're just a business.
A driving advisory has been issued for the
they
immediate
try
area
to-
due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
Pending updates to our power grid, the city will be experiencing rolling blackouts. We urge the public to remain calm during these breaks in service and to follow the guidelines on the city's website on how to plan for these temporary events. This has been a local public service announcement.
You're listening to Second Moon Radio with J. Thomas Hornbuckle, and we're pervading some of the finest classical music on the air. Keep that dial right here.
Industry in the region is on the rise, and when business is doing well, that floats our boat.
There's no sinking this boat, Glenda.
Interesting news from the city's export division. Sources tell us that our city has more services than we know what to do with.
And you know what that means, folks. It means we're not cutting things close enough.
Well, no, the point is we're selling it and bringing money into local
That's right.
economy.
You could almost say it's too much of a good thing.
Or we could say that we're enjoying a positive trade balance and the economy is booming. More after
they
this.
fulfill the minimum contractual obligation for like community involvement. Whereas with those guys, as far as I could tell, every story I heard about them was they stayed longer than they had to. They did more than they had to, and I have so much respect for that. I've heard similar things. They just seem like, and again, these are people I have met. That's another thing, is I'm uncomfortable with the idea of fandom. You know, it comes from the word fanatic, right? Like, you shouldn't be a fanatic of anything. But so I won't call myself a fan, but I will say that those two particular gentlemen I respect a ton based on everything that I've known about them. So, you know, when they retired, that was also a big blow to my interest in following hockey. They were just totally in a league of their own. Vancouver's had other superstars, not many, mind you, but we've had other superstars, but I don't think we've really had other. Oh, you can invert it.
You can just put the top on either way.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Maybe not with the front.
Yeah, hard to say if that's reversible. So I'm trying to get it neutral.
I think the computer being ahead was better.
Oh, maybe that. Oh, are there pads? It's a little bowed. This is a bit of a struggle.
You might have wanted the cables.
Want to hit me with another?
Yeah, there's a question for me.
It's not even close. Power supply is jammed down. Don't worry about it. I got this. Just don't even stress, dude.
Okay, I'll answer the question for me. Question for Jake. The question for Jake, and however much detail you feel comfortable with, how did you get into system administration? Well, like I said before, I started off helping people with their computers on Craigslist for free. But honestly, a lot of it was just learning how to code and making lots of mistakes along the way.
Oh yeah.
Lots of mistakes.
Oh yeah.
Fortunately, I had somebody to look at that made a lot of mistakes before me that I could just watch. Someone over there. I also have run a site thing on the side for like 2 years. That's been a great learning experience.
a cable.
Can you stuff some of it maybe in the Oh. Oh, wow, you did it. Are you able to fit the panels on?
Hold on, I got this. I get it.
Oh,
Damn
God.
it! Oh, that hurt!
What did you do? Did you pinch yourself?
Yeah, it bit me.
It looks sick.
Look at that. Can you tell? It like almost cut all the way through my wrist. Can you see that? Holy crap! Ow!
It's those tight tolerances, man.
I know, right? Okay. Jeez. Fine. Any other questions?
Yeah. Do you think that there will be a time that Apple will move away from renting fabs from others like TSMC and Samsung?
And so the biggest bottleneck in the chip fab industry is what's that company called? The one that makes the only top tier lithography machines. They're in like the Nordic somewhere. Yeah, that one. Even if they wanted to get into that industry, there's no lithography machines. How are they gonna? What are they gonna do? That's a big challenge. So I don't know. If they want to. It's pure speculation from my part. I don't know anything about that, but I think it would be extremely challenging to get into it. You basically have to convince ASML that they should supply to you instead of Intel or a TSMC.
Speaking of DSL, somebody said that they noticed you using American Sign Language in a video.
My mom was a teacher of deaf when I was growing up, and she wanted us to learn some American Sign Language, and so we did. I was never fluent, but I would describe my proficiency as punch. Wow, damn it, it bit my thumb this time. Okay.
Nothing to start flashlight? Flashlight.
So that's another one of those ones where if we did it, I would want it to be like awesome. And there's a whole flashlight enthusiast community out there that I feel like we have to do a lot of consulting with. But I'm not saying no, I'm just not saying no. To bring that one up because you know how pissed off I am about the paint job I've done. Our painters, one name, is online painters business have done a great job. Fantastic job. Straight lines, smooth wall finish. I want to give credit where credit is due. But they have taken the most ass backwards. Frankly, I don't know any word to describe it other than moronic approach to painting our house that I have ever seen in my life. They painted about 40% of the house. They painted 40% of the house and managed to put the wrong product on every single surface.
What?
Okay. So originally, we were planning to do touch-ups on the ceiling because we were only going to take a little bit of a little square of drywall here, a little square of drywall there. So what we did well, ceiling paint fades, right? Particularly on popcorn ceiling, because you have to use oil. Oil paint fades to a much greater degree than latex paint. Okay, so what we did was we grabbed a little slice of the existing ceiling, color matched it. But the plan changed when they ripped out half the frickin' ceiling drywall. Like, okay, well, we should just do a fresh coat of paint. And once you do a fresh coat of ceiling paint somewhere, a ceiling will look white to you until you put new paint on it and you're like, holy crap, it was not white before. So what they did was, even though that changed, and they were supposed to know this, they applied color-matched, faded color to the entire ceiling of 2 floors of the house. Okay, now let's talk about the walls. So they put the wrong color on the ceiling. Now let's talk about the walls. For the walls, I was explicit. The number of times that I said, I want my swear button. I want my swear. The number of times I said, fucking eggshell. Okay?
We don't have a swear button.
Eggshell finish. Okay? For walls, you use eggshell. You know why? You use eggshell because it's a good balance between a more flat finish, which hides surface defects, okay, and a gloss finish, okay, which is scrubbable. Because in paint, okay, you can only suspend so many particles in the solvent, all right? So you've got your stain blocking pigments, okay? You've got your color pigments, all right? You've got your resin, okay? So that's what gives you that hardness. That's what gives you that scrubbability. Eggshell is the standard on walls because while it might look great to put a satin finish or a flat finish on your walls, it will look great until the second someone washes their hands in the bathroom, goes out into the hallway and kind of goes like this, and a little droplet of water gets on the wall, and you go to wipe it, and you're like, destroyed. Immediately destroyed. So use eggshell on walls. The number of times that I said eggshell to the contractors, to the designers, it's in the documents, and it was like a meme. It was hilarious. Every time we talked to the head contractor, like, and it's eggshell, right? He's like, yes, eggshell. Okay? Satin finish. Walls.
How much of it?
I looked up the specific product. Many walls. I looked up the specific product. The first 2 reviews. It's not scrubbable at all. Painters come back to me. They're like, this is actually within the same range of the Master Painters Association, blah, blah, blah. I send them back their own stupid documentation. I go, hey, couldn't help noticing that the range, okay, the range of like resin content is enormous. Yes, the one you used happens to fall in the range, but eggshell is at the way up into the range. And there's a reason that I asked for it. There's a reason I specifically said, and you know what's the best part? Is when I saw
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement. Pending updates to our power grid, the city will be experiencing rolling blackouts. We urge the public to remain calm during these breaks in service and to follow the guidelines on the city's website on how to plan for these temporary events. This has been a local public service announcement.
You're listening to Second Moon, the epitome of classical listening at home or wherever you roam.
And on to our main feature story. The commercial district is booming as the area is attracting more high-end stores, bringing the latest in luxury to our neighborhood. You can now shop for designer shoes while sipping a fancy local Jarva mate, or so my wife tells me. That's good for business and good for the community.
Thanks, Jim. We'll be back after this. Industry in the region is on the rise, and when business is doing well, that floats our boat.
There's no sinking this boat, Glenda.
was, okay, so latex stain and latex paint are not as different as oil paint and oil stain, okay? A latex stain, like a quality latex stain, has a lot of paint-like properties. It's designed to soak into the wood like a stain, but it also, because it's latex, it has a bit of a rubbery film to the top. So unlike if you had put a latex paint over, say, actually, you can painting over stain is fine. So unlike if you had put, say, an oil stain, like a semi-transparent stain over a paint or something like that, it would immediately flake off. It didn't immediately flake off, but I told them. I told my realtor and I told them, I was like, hey, it would have been really nice if you guys had, like, it's a high-quality stain they used, good product, but it would have been really nice if you guys used the right product. It's amazing how many professional painters and how many homeowners get all caught up in little accessories like little sponges for cutting the lines or whatever else and apply the wrong damn product to the wall. So our paint has failed on our house twice in the 10 years that we've been there and shooting like this. And the reason is that once you've got a layer that's not adhering really properly, it's not going to be a problem for a couple of seasons. But once you go through those heating and those cooling cycles a few times, and the UV, that adhesion is not going to be, well, once you've layered on top of it, it'll protect it from a lot of the UV, but that adhesion is not going to be strong enough. And so what's going to happen is over time, what you want is you want an impermeable, perfect barrier, right? That's the point of paint. You've got this moisture and this sunlight protecting barrier, okay? And when all the layers underneath are adhering correctly, that barrier should be the one to flake off, right? Because it's getting all the direct sun, it's getting the water, moisture, rain, right? But when you've got 1, 2, or 3 layers down that is going to be failing for a different reason, all of a sudden you're going to go to scrape this thing. Every year you're going to look at it, you're going to have new failures, you're going to have new cracking, because you've got that one weakest link layer in there somewhere. So it's very frustrating for me when people use the wrong product, because you're basically destroying that wall, or destroying that sidewalk. Sorry.
So I feel like I just learned so much.
Yeah, so I'm very passionate about doing things properly when it comes to painting, and so I was very frustrated that even after they applied the satin, I was trying to tell them that it was the right thing. And so I went on, I forget who it was, Sherwin Williams, and so I went on Sherwin Williams and said, hey, help me see if they have a product. So my conspiracy theory is, you know why I think they wanted to use satin is because it's easier. It's faster. Remember how I said that flat paints, and that includes satin, hide imperfections? Well, they hide imperfections in your wall, but they also hide imperfections in your paint job. They make it easier for you to roll on a nice, smooth-looking surface. Oh, it gets better, right, I forgot. So Jake couldn't help noticing when he was at the house that some of the walls had literally, like how many, Jake? How many little pieces of tape?
Probably like 80.
Yeah, okay. There were walls.
One wall, yeah.
Yeah, there were literally hundreds all over the house of these little bits of masking tape for all the little surface divots and pinholes from pictures the previous owners had on, or little imperfections from the drywallers patching things. Except they went around and did it after they already primed and put a coat of paint on. Why would you do that? Because you know what happens, okay? You put your primer on, okay? You put your coat of paint, you go and notice there's a fucking hole in the wall. You put a little piece of tape on there, okay? Now you have to go get your putty. You gotta putty it. Then you gotta prime it, because you can't just paint right over putty. That's the other thing. That stupid satin product was a primer paint combo, so it was another laziness factor. Okay, so you gotta take that, you gotta now prime it, because if you paint over top of putty, the absorption rate is different on paint and putty. So now you gotta prime it, then you gotta do not 1, but 2 coats of paint over top of that imperfection that you fixed. Then you've gotta feather your work so that you're hiding this change. Also, unless you're rolling it, right, you're gonna have brush strokes, so you're gonna have to roll it, which means you're gonna have to paint for